Hello, hello, everybody.
Hello, Twitch.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I still haven't fixed the bumps on my OBS, the little transitions, the little custom transitions that I have. OBS is slowly have been updating where the things that I've implemented are like broken. So I just haven't gone back and fixed it. So, I'm not saying there's a theme going on, but I'm also not saying. I'll host though, if y'all are fine with that, and I could shoot y'all an invite.
Okay, yeah, we'll get in, and then I'll do my spiel about the charity.
Yeah, yeah, we're doing charity. Hi Foxy, hi Ratty, hi. It feels like it's been forever because it has, because I keep canceling streams because I'm so tired.
Hi
But
Ratty, hi Foxy, hi Cyrax, hi
we're
Phantom.
here.
Hello everyone.
Ooh, congrats, Ratty.
I want the Tomodachi life and make our little VTuber friends.
God, I want Tomodachi Life so bad. It looks so cute and it's surprisingly customizable.
Yeah, I have been watching people make stuff. It's crazy, and I'm so jealous, and I want it, but I don't have money.
I don't have money.
Wait, where is?
I got my appendix exploding. Are you okay?
Hopefully as like in the comfort of a hospital, right?
Yeah,
and you were taken care of, and hey, Barbaric, welcome in. Heck, are you invisible?
I always am. Hold on, I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
I always forget.
You're fine.
There we go. I'm on now.
There you are. Yeah. All right. I shot it. Both of you are now. Hello.
Bird up.
Hello.
Bird up. Love it. All right. Speak. There you go. All right. You are good to go. So I'll go ahead and bring you back to. Yep.
Yippee.
0 to both of you, and we'll try to remember to fix that. With later today. Bring you back up to 100 at the end.
Let's see. I think I need to up the volume in game because I think I turned it down.
Yeah, I do be a bit loud, y'all.
Master volume. Voices volume is up, so maybe I have to do it through.
So wait, let me get this straight, Foxy. Your appendix exploded and you haven't gotten checked out by a hospital, or is this post-hospital?
What the hell?
You're
Are you just
like sore?
suspecting it's your appendix? Because if your appendix explodes, like you need.
If you have sepsis, you
the
need to
hospital or you
immediately go to the hospital.
Yes.
Sepsis is like, okay, cool. You got like hours of life.
Yes.
You need.
So if you are actually concerned that your appendix burst,
You need.
go to the hospital.
You go to a doctor.
Please.
Go ahead and pull up our stream on your phone. Go to the hospital. Watch us.
Yeah,
I'm
we'll
just
go
kidding, I'm
with
just
you.
kidding.
We'll go with you.
Emotional
We'll be
support.
your moral support.
Emotional support streamers.
Oh wait, what was the mouth I just had? I don't remember now. There we go.
Oh,
As the
yes.
same- Okay.
Wait, why is my hand facing inward? It's like,
Sometimes you load in and your arm is twisted turnways.
oh
Yeah, that
gosh,
happens.
me when I turned
And it can maybe it won't
35.
heal by itself. So I don't think your appendix burst. I think you've probably got like a kidney stone or something.
Or you got the hot
Yeah.
girl disease.
Hot
Yeah.
girl disease, yeah.
Or you
wasted
got
disease.
IBS.
IBS. Yeah.
IBS.
Well, for those that don't know, sepsis is essentially like infection in your just like general core area. So it's like all your organs are infected. So you get mass infection of everything. So everything stops working and you just die. It's
And that's
very
the bad thing
bad.
about your appendix exploding is that it explodes out to your organs and then nothing is inside to clean them. So infection
Yeah.
Idiot.
happens.
And correct
But
me if
you
I'm
would
wrong.
be in unimaginable pain if your appendix burst.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Appendix is also the host of some of the like bacteria that your body uses to help break stuff down, right? So,
I don't know.
or am I thinking
I
of?
don't know.
It's either that or some other little organ, but I remember there being like a little organ that is quote unquote useless that explodes.
That is
And
the appendix.
That is a host of the good bacteria that helps like your large and small digestive system to kind of do its thing, but that means that there's bacteria all over your other organs when it pops.
Yes.
So it's like, they don't know any better. They don't know. They think it's like a gourmet, like, oh, we get to eat much as we want, and it's a problem.
Yes. Oh,
Night
shit.
to hoop
Hi, Deirdre.
You were so close.
Oh,
No!
yes.
Almost got hit.
No!
Almost got
No!
hit in the side.
Ooh.
I'm just on the sidelines.
Oh.
Is this how period cramps feel like? Like an appendix blowing the fuck up? Period cramps can feel pretty unbearable, but like...
Oh.
No!
Ooh.
You fucker! You fucker!
Your appendix, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. If you're in pain, go to the hospital.
Hold on. I got this. I can fix this. I can fix this. All right.
I was in basketball in 3rd grade. No. In 3rd grade.
I'll have you know that I had somebody who actually completely disliked me solely on the fact that I sucked at basketball that badly. Oh. It was also my girlfriend's uncle, which was kind of wild to think about. That my girlfriend's uncle was in the same grade as me.
Oh, that's crazy, but things like that happen.
It does, especially in smaller towns.
Yes.
While they're going over that, I'm gonna go through my spiel.
Oh yeah, please.
That I will probably randomly do throughout the
fuck.
stream. But we are doing a charity drive. Let me go ahead and put up that and then pin that message. End of stream. So, I am helping raise money for Stack Up, which is a nonprofit organization that focuses on providing help and resources and assistance to veterans. And veterans are often, they've gone through literal hell, and then they get brought back here, and then they kind of just get thrown to the wayside. And so what Stack Up is doing is picking up the slack, and they are addressing the various issues that veterans face, targeting mental health, isolation, crises, so things like that. They have what they call supply crates, where they send basically care packages to veterans, both like active, non-active, all over the world, and it's a care package that includes like consoles, video games, controllers, handhelds, like whatever they're asking for, to basically just give them some sort of outlet to work through the stress that they're going through. They also help by sending them to like video game, anime geek conventions, so they can meet like-minded people, start making a community, and also see some of their like military family together, and they can start forming like a community within that, who are all going through the same thing. So we have raised $100, which was my initial goal. I did not think we were going to make it, and thanks to some wonderful people, we have already hit 100. I did have incentives to keep going, and we did hit all of them. One of them was a 3D model, and if you're watching my stream, you'll notice I am not in 3D, because unfortunately, everything went wrong yesterday. And I still have the model, but I lost everything in my setup and my tracking and my assets and my redeems and everything. So, I'll cry about that later, but, sadly, I do not get to be 3D Melon, but I do have a 3D model, that I was showcasing I'm doing silly dances and having fun with. And if you want more of that silliness, I will be streaming with it in the future once I redo everything. But back to the main point. Positive mental health. No isolation. That's why I wanted to definitely do a collab during this charity drive, because a big thing of positive mental health is community, and my friends, hell yeah. Just good vibes. Surround yourself with people who care about you, and if you have any spare funds, go ahead and donate to Stack Up. I have a link that I posted, and I will be reminding people throughout the stream that will be up, or it is pinned, at least on my chat. But yeah, I have some opinions about the GOV, but I care about people as a whole, and so I want to help people who need mental health support to be supported. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And now back to Peak.
Ugh.
Yeah!
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
I want you to know, I wasn't even aiming for the hoop. I was trying to throw it over the edge, and it just kind of bounced off.
Oh my god!
And you know what, Foxy? I'll take it. Foxy was grading the costume.
I
And,
see. I see.
Solid mid A tier. Yeah.
Yeah. So do we just want regular mode for now? Kind of brush things off, the
Yeah.
cobwebs off a bit.
I'm always down for baby mode. I still haven't even done the normal mode. I've only done baby mode.
Oh, okay. Then let's do baby mode first, and then we'll go to normal mode.
Okay.
Baby. And don't worry, Foxy. I got your horseshoe crab routine done.
Melon gets a little bit more in there.
Hello. Oh.
Oh god.
Whoa.
We're in it.
Chests are
Oh wow.
location.
Thick bits.
And airline
Cooked?
food.
Cooked thick
Got
mints.
the back of
Oh, what do I
Back,
want to
back,
go
back.
for? I am going
wait,
to
how do I do
be. I'm trying to think of like what badge that I want to go for this time. I think.
Oh, I haven't looked at my badges in so long.
I
I'm
think.
just gonna try to get back into the groove.
Yeah, I think that's my plan.
Well, what I'm gonna do then? Here you go. Here's some cooked thick mints. Here's some cooked granola bar. I'm gonna go all natural this time. I can't have any processed foods.
Okay, sounds
Whoa.
good.
But I do have this lantern. Ooh,
Okay, cool.
cocoa nuts.
Cocoa nuts. Cocoa
I
them
definitely
nuts.
need.
That's what
I
I'm
at least
about.
need some food. What am
Yeah.
I? Some kind of photosynthesizing algae? Am I right? Aren't I a
Am I right,
relatable
fellas?
person?
The mosquito in my ear.
That's me.
Don't worry, I have an idea for an S tier costume. I was looking at a game that released recently, and I was like, I have some ideas for that. So look forward to that. Mr. Krabs, I have a new costume idea.
Whoa,
Mr. Krabs.
Stick it up your butt, twin. Alright.
Oh, there's another one.
Yeah.
Oog.
Oh, there's a cooked one over here if you want that.
Oh yeah, and green apples. Those are good.
The green ones are
The good ones.
I thought the red ones were the good ones.
No, the green ones.
Let's try it. Yeah. Nope. Poison. You lie! Throws the green apple.
Bamboozled.
I found a red one.
Oh, no, don't eat those. Those are bad for you.
Do you want it?
Nah, it's okay. I'm good.
I'm full though. I can't carry it.
Oh, okay. Then I will take it.
I think that was the only one.
Whoop.
Whoa, 2 suitcases.
Wow, that's like 2 more than I have.
2, that's double than 1.
What is when y'all travel? How big of the suitcases do you use to travel?
It completely depends on where I'm going.
Yeah, it depends where I'm going and how long I will be gone.
Let's say a week.
Usually 1. I take like 1 big one in that case. If I'm going somewhere I can potentially wash clothes, then 1 big one that's like 3/4 packed. So then I have room for goodies.
Gotcha.
Like,
If it's just for like a week and like I'm gonna be traveling down to see family through next week and friends and then go to FanFest. But I will probably be taking a suitcase because I have oh, do you need me to hold?
oh, I was gonna put it in your backpack, but I think it's yeah, there we go. And then I can take the piton.
I will take a suitcase just because I'm also gonna try to like pack my Hitlerdays cosplay if I can.
Oh yeah.
I need to touch it up. But like usually I would just I have a duffel bag and I just kind of throw some clothes in. But if it's like a place that I won't be able to wash clothes, I may take a suitcase, but I usually get by with a duffel bag.
Yeah,
gotcha.
with FanFest, it's only a 2-hour drive for me and my partner. And we're staying there 1 extra day. So I'll probably bring my small suitcase. Because I also don't see myself buying too much. So
right, you want to be able to take stuff so you could put it in later once you get more stuff.
And I'll probably do like 2 jammies to last the 4 days. I'll just rewear jammies.
Me who wears the same jammies for probably too long. Yeah, totally, yeah.
Sam, hello! Thank you for coming by. Whee!
Yeah.
I don't know where Melon went.
I hear Melon.
I was trying to think what I brought for... I did a big trip last year with my grandma where we were gone for 10 days. I think I brought a bigger suitcase, but still left room because I knew I'd buy stuff, and a backpack.
Yeah,
so
I
the
definitely...
backpack had a lot of my airplane stuff.
I definitely do backpacks automatically, and then for the longest time, for way too long, I mean well into my 20s, had the exact same suitcase, which was a giant, which was like a big crimson red tennis case from, because it was probably just leftover at my dad's or something.
There's 2 really good chests down here. I'm gonna go back.
Okay. But
Foxy, what do you mean low to mid A tier?
Ooh.
I take offense.
Oh. I think it's S tier.
Thank you.
And if you saw the extra dimension of the new one, you wouldn't believe your eyes.
Then you'll know.
You totally don't even know. Besides, they're on their own tier list. We don't put other people on our tier list. That's just rude. the only
Didn't
people you
anybody
should
teach
compare
manners?
the only people you should compare yourself to is yourself and your own journey.
Exactly.
I'm losing them. Where are you?
Where are you?
Above you.
Okay.
And we're above you.
Oh,
Hi.
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 Keep going up like that way. I came up, went up here to your right.
I think I can go straight up.
Okay.
As long as someone grabs my hand.
I'm right.
I'll think about it. It
Okay,
seems
well,
it seems pretty committal, you know. Like holding hands, like I think we would need to like get a pre-approval on Twitch about that. You know, we need to talk to somebody,
we don't know. Always changing the rules.
Yeah. And like none of us are
Well,
wearing
thank you for the
gloves or any kind of form
follow,
of
Foxy.
protection or
It says you.
yeah.
I don't know what I'm wearing.
That's you know what? That's
You know my
true.
name, not my story.
That's true.
For all you know,
Redemption, yeah.
all my flesh could be a glove. I could be wearing a skin suit. Whoa. Fuck.
I think we're all technically wearing skin suits.
Yeah, one big glove.
What is skin if not nature's glove? When you really
Exactly.
think about it. We're just gonna see us.
Yeah.
Watch out for the poison! Watch out for the poison! Melon!
No easy way. How did you guys get around this?
Oh, I jumped from here.
Yeah, we went from below and then I just went up that that way. You
Yeah.
did it!
I
Yeah!
was so convinced that the bridge was gonna fall underneath my feet.
You know what? It would be, you know, it would go along with the theme of the day.
Yeah, it would.
Everything that could go wrong.
It does, yes.
Exactly.
If you think about it, your skeleton is wearing a skin suit that it wears for 80 or so years.
Well,
Usually.
technically, your
80
skeleton is wearing a
stretch.
meat suit, and your meat suit's wearing a skin
Meat suit
suit.
is wearing the skin suit. You're right.
Yes.
There's multiple suits involved.
You're like an ogre. You're in layers.
Layers, yeah.
Ogre have lair.
Let's see over here. Oh, this is about to fall. Well, I'm okay. I don't know about y'all, but
I'm fine.
Make our own way.
Yeah. There's lots of bridges.
it's true.
I always want to call them ladders. They're not ladders.
They're not ladders. I think, if anything, they're the opposite of ladders. Like,
They
when
really
you think,
are.
if you really think about it, because if you want to go down, you would still use a ladder.
I don't know why. It's just I always go to say bridge and ladder wants to come out. Sideways ladders. Yes. Sim knows what's up.
Yeah.
Sim knows my brain.
Sure. Yeah, uh-huh. Sure, bud. Whatever you say. I would say bridges are closer to roads than ladders. Because what is a bridge if not a road that it just isn't on the ground? You know what I mean? Ladders the long way is just a stairwell? Maybe? Bridges are black magic. That I'm in agreement with. Especially, like, really complex bridges. Whew. Hey, Axel, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How are y'all? I'm away from the other group, but that's not a surprise. Hopefully y'all are having a wonderful day today. How are you doing, Axel? Hopefully well. Pretty good. We're hanging in there. and we're celebrating this period of time with a nice vibing climbing of mountains. Good. What were you up to? Hold on, let's see what the shadow was. You were up to Pokemon Infinite Fusion! I joined their Discord because I really liked their stuff. I love the Pokemon Fusion stuff, like the combination. What's been your favorite combination of Pokemon? Genuinely curious. And I swear, if it has anything to do with Lopunny or Gardevoir, Ooh, you and Drigger are doing a Solok on it? Hell yeah. That's awesome. Oh, the Mimikyu are really, really good. Yeah. That's a very good option. I don't remember what my favorite one was. I'm gonna be straight up with you. No, I think a lot of the Dusclops ones have been really good. Okay, I was half kidding with the Gardevoir. Lopunny on the other hand. Yeah, the Dusclop ones go pretty hard, so I do enjoy those. But it's been a while since I've taken a look at them. Dusknoir, yeah. What can I say? I like the gothic aesthetic. Vaporeon, no. Oh, let's open this scroll. Bad news! The chick could have made an oopsie daisy. Well, it's okay. So Dusclops Bastodon, that looks sick. Hell yeah, I have to look that one up. Because I don't know all of them by heart. But that's awesome. Well, welcome in. For those that don't know me, my name is Idealist. I am a Paleomancer. I like making different costumes for different games that we play, which is why we have Mama Dodo that you kind of see in a backpack currently. And also, Axel, be sure to take care of yourself. Do some self-post streams, self-care. Get some water, get some food, get some rest. Thank you for the raid as always. And you're welcome to stay as much as you so desire. So, and again, thank you for the raid. But yeah, no, the Pokemon stuff. Might Larky. Yeah! Don't you worry, I will. And it sounds like they're finally catching up. Oh my god.
Okay, you left us behind.
Don't get twisted.
First of all, the bridge collapsed, so I didn't do anything.
You
Could have what?
Waited.
Could have what? On the collapsing bridge?
Yeah. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have found a way back to us, but no. Macho Man gotta move ahead.
Member.
Exactly.
Hello!
Who's my bestie?
Hello, hello!
Oh my god.
Well, if you miss us so much, then why aren't you playing
Ella.
Peak with us, huh?
Well, maybe. I think they're at work.
That's not an excuse.
Oh.
But yeah, hello Ella. Hopefully you're doing well.
Oh, and B-Rod. Oh my god.
And Barod.
The twins.
Mirror.
And an
two?
otaku.
Kid.
Man flying in today. Aww.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Meowie Wowie's flying in today.
Hell yeah.
What
Oh,
time is he supposed to be
We
landing?
should probably grab this.
Oh yeah.
The
Oh,
bugle of friendship.
Friendship.
Look what Ella
Oh,
brought
Betty.
to us.
CC.
Oh.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Is it?
Oh.
It is from Ella. Exactly.
Oh my god.
I was telling our friends here, do you want the marshmallow, Idealist?
I already have a sausage.
Oh, I thought there was only two. Okay. I went through every video on TikTok because they implemented that AI thing. You have to go through each individual video that you have ever posted to take off the AI thing that they implemented.
What is it that they implemented? I don't know about this
It's something where people can alter your videos with AI. They automatically opted everyone in. Yeah. And it's a setting.
Like, it feels criminal.
It is. It should be. But they don't have one big setting that you can just turn it off in your settings. You have to go through every individual video to turn it off.
I have so many videos. I don't know if I can do that.
That's what I did for 2 hours this morning.
Oh my god.
Instead of drawing a little peak guy. So,
don't worry. Oh, you good? I heard a big
Me?
thump.
Oh, I'm good.
Dropping bananas.
Eat these.
Yeah, but what are you doing in game? Ooh. Ow.
Banana. Oh, sorry, berry nana, whatever.
Yellow berry
Oh,
banana.
banana. Now you gotta go out of your way to do it. Love corporations? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I know Ella just said BRB, and I will say it again when she comes back. But I did see a bunch of videos that we had made together back in 2018 and 19. So it was very nostalgic and sweet. And also lots of my cat Simba, who was very nice.
Oh, so cute. Oh! There's a vine in this berry bush.
Oh, there is.
Oh. Do we need rope?
I have a rope cannon.
Good enough.
Now, if we can find ourselves a honeycomb, we're well on our way.
Yeah, those. I'll keep an eye out. I'd seen 2 TikToks of people talking about it, and I was like, oh god, I don't want to think about doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And I just ended up in the rabbit hole of doing it.
Right. How
I
are
mean, that's
we?
also kind of good because I got to delete a bunch of them.
Where you're just like, oh, this is so embarrassing, so you delete it, or is it just like, ooh, I should not have recorded this?
There's a lot that either like the audio was completely gone from them. So I was like, well, there's no point to this video being here if there's no audio, so I'll just take it off.
Right.
And there were a couple where I was like, ugh, cringe.
Yeah.
And sometimes I look at the grass plains and think, man, I wish there was a data center here and a Walmart.
That's the capitalist mindset that'll get you so far in today's age.
Watch out behind you, there is a puff thingy.
Not a puff
Do I have
thingy.
I don't know what to call them. Explodey? Puff?
I call them poppers.
Why not moving? You say poppers?
Yeah. Because they
Yeah.
pop.
Yeah. Oh, there's a whole wall of them. Jesus.
Wall of
Not
Jesus.
gonna let it ruin my day.
Wall
You're
of Jesus.
cringe, but you are free. Yeah.
I'm trying to be.
But it's hard.
Did they get rid of the spikes on the?
Not all of them, but some of like
Yeah.
they're 2 different kinds. We're just used to seeing the spiky ones.
Oh.
So this map probably just generated one with a bunch of non-spiky ones. I need to actually play this game now that I have PC. Yeah,
Where
you should. You should
do we
absolutely play
go?
this. Up.
Okay.
We might be able to get on top of the trees here, maybe?
That's gonna be tough. I do have a cannon.
Says you. Goodbye. There is a poof here.
Oh, right there. Okay.
I don't see a daily shut up B-Rod moment. You're fine.
Hold on.
You're good, B-Rod. My little Jerseyman. place those sentries? Oh, I guess you can.
I don't know if that will
Alright.
work.
We'll see. For science.
After you. Hmm. Angle was not
Anyways.
good. You know what? A true scientist does it in triplicate. Fire me away! To the moon! Oh! Oh!
Oh. Good, I'm glad you got through TSA. I was mentioning how going through every single one of my TikToks, I got to see a bunch of the old ones we made. It was very nostalgic and good.
Careful up here. Yeah. No.
I wonder, can I
Careful.
just...
No!
I'm sure they're fine.
Oh.
Did you guys go all the way to the back?
Oh.
No, no.
Oh.
We're good. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, what will be most helpful?
All right, round 2. Ugh.
I'm gonna go ahead and pop this puff so you guys don't run into it.
All right, I'll be up there in a second.
Angle this right. Whee! Woo!
It might be more than a second.
Okay.
No!
You good?
Owie. Yeah, I'm just Owie. Where the fuck am I?
I don't know.
I have not seen the Mario Galaxy movie.
Yeah, this cannon is not it. And no.
Yeah. I have a small bandage. Where are you?
I don't know. Oh, I'm below.
Hi.
I'm Big Hurdy.
Nice to meet you, Big Hurdy.
Do I have any?
Glad to be my real self with you guys.
Yeah. Don't dox yourself. We're live. Thank you for the follow, Serena. Appreciate it.
Did I take my iron today? I didn't take my iron yet. I have to get another beverage before I can take it though.
Maybe if you take the cannon, it'll help. Listen, you have to guess the angle, and it wasn't my best, you know. I don't see any other poppers up here, so I think we're okay.
Well, yeah, I did pop the other one, and that's how I ended up launching myself into oblivion.
Interesting choice.
I was trying to do it so I angled against the wall, and like, it wouldn't be an issue for you guys, and then I fucked it.
Classic example of trying to help others and it blow up in your face, literally.
Yeah, always.
Yup. But you know what?
Injured, that's what Big Hurdy wants you to think. Yeah.
That's what makes it worth it.
Yup.
Through the rain. I don't even know if this is the good direction. I
We'll
just
find
started
out.
going up. I didn't even look. I didn't even check ahead of time.
Yeah, it's fine. I think the direction more towards this way would
This
be
is
good, 'cause there's
not-
a chest.
Yeah.
There's a chest over here.
Mm-hmm.
But I was willing to see going like up and around.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe when it's not raining.
And then drop down here, and then go up here. You good?
I did it.
I'm
Yay!
so proud of you.
It has a piton.
A piton.
Hitting.
A shelf.
Thank you.
I already have a piton, so y'all are more welcome to have that one.
I have an empty space in my inventory.
This tree looks interesting.
You look interesting.
Thank you. Oh my god.
You're welcome.
I'm blushing. I'm blushing.
A lantern. It's nothing.
Yeah, we already. You still have a lantern, right, Idealist?
Yes.
Okay, so we should be fine. Poison popper.
Oh, I hit an invisible wall. Ooh. Oh.
So we're near the edge of the map.
I saw. It got rainy, but I saw a group of bees up.
Oh, you're slipping. You're slipping. You're slipping.
Who? Who?
Just like up this general direction, or?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. We can probably get over it that way.
Wow.
You.
Innovative.
Ooh.
There's some poppers up here. You hear that, Melon? There's some poppers up here.
Abunai!
I don't know how many more hits I could take.
Yeah, I'm still very hurty.
So many.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of popping. You could say they're even locking at this point.
Popping and locking.
Yeah. Well, maybe this direction the tree will be helpful? Let's see.
Maybe.
The last one was cut short. Yeah, no, that took you all the way.
Yeah, you gotta be super careful and ready to jump though.
Okay. What kind of rock climbing are you doing that you're climbing trees?
I'm able to get up. I have not hit any poppers yet.
Nothing here.
Excellent.
It's burned. There's nothing up top here.
I'm gonna do something very risky.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay, I've risked it. Do I get the biscuit? I do get the biscuit! Let's go!
Yeah.
I got to heal. Thank
Oh, fantastic.
God.
Oh, good. I'm also gonna risk it for the biscuit. Huh.
Oh, oh, oh. Good jump.
Thank you. My favorite thing to do is just jump and grab a vine randomly.
Yeah, same.
So stupid.
It makes me feel alive.
Exactly. If I could do it real life, I would.
I mean, you can. I wouldn't recommend it.
I
My
don't.
bones would shatter.
Exactly. I don't trust my hand-eye coordination IRL compared to gaming.
You know what? That's so real. On my way up, up, up. It's our moment.
Golden.
Uh-huh.
That's the words.
Yep. Okay. All right. So very, very tree focused this time. Ooh, yeah, I see the bees.
Oh. There's Melon.
Yeah, they are like in the middle of fucking nothing.
Oh, I see.
That's really unfortunate, actually.
You might be able to climb up to it with the vines. I have a fortify thing if you'd like that.
I can't drink it.
Oh yeah, you can't. Never mind.
Yeah.
I forgot.
No,
Why?
but I liked your.
Because he's trying to do the no.
Oh,
Nothing but natural.
Right.
Yeah. Milk is not
Oh.
natural, Melon.
Are you still ouchie?
No, but I know Deck is.
I am.
You
Hit
want me to
it.
just throw it here.
Yeah. Yippee!
Ah,
thank
yes.
God.
The stench of health.
Yeah. I'm gonna grab bananas from your bag.
Yeah.
Cause I'm hungry.
I don't think I could grab it. I think instead I would just pull bee aggro and immediately get stung.
You'd probably, if you're able to grab it, you would also pull the bee aggro. But
Yeah.
if you're able to get it into the rain, I think they stop.
Second question. Is grabbing the thing mean that I can't grab the rope? Is it a two-hander? I think it is.
I think so, but I don't remember. I always just thrown something at the hive to knock it down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Nuz is also back on Blue Sky. Not Blue Sky. I'm back on Gaia. I'm the only one still locked out. Kills
You're
the
locked
man.
out of Blue Sky?
No, locked out of Gaia Online.
Oh. Wait,
Well,
why?
I mean, I'm kind of locked out of Blue Sky. It's not loading right now.
No.
The whole site was like bugged up to high heaven this morning. I'm
Come on.
trying. I'm still trying to get it back. I just haven't been getting. Oh, it's back up now? Okay. I don't have it open.
Where did
currently.
Melon disappear?
I
Melon!
don't know.
How did you guys get up there?
I climbed.
I slipped when I tried to climb.
Well,
Oh, I'm in the tree.
wipe your hands off on your clothes and try again.
Can I climb on this? I can.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, I should probably
guys,
wait.
We're peeking.
Yeah.
Or what now?
We're peeking.
I think that's illegal.
If you climb up on the tree, there's like at the bottom of a bush. You can climb on that to get to on top of the next layer of tree. I don't know where you are.
Yes. We both saw that suitcase.
Orange.
How's your energy?
I'm gonna go for a test.
I have a
Oh, they're
little
there.
bit of
Never
extra.
mind.
I have a little
Hi.
bit as well. How is your energy?
Oh, great. I have
Okay.
almost 2 full bars.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah! Have
Yoink.
a great one. Let me know when Meowie Wowie's here.
Yeah, thank you for stopping by.
Thank you for stopping by. Love you.
Love you. Safe journeys to him and you.
Don't be a stranger.
What was that? Orange.
Yeah, I'm heading towards it. Yeah.
Orange.
Oh, it's on a vine.
Yeah, but it's not spiky.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of how to get to.
There's
Oh, a
poison
shelf mushroom.
Leaves. Be careful.
Okay.
Another suitcase. It has frogs on it. Give me some normal food, please. There's thick mints over here if y'all want it.
I would love some.
Damn it. How about shrooms?
Rain.
Please, cluster room. Don't be. Hey, so how's it going back there?
Poison.
Ooh, medicinal roots. Mmm, yum 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 nom 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 nom.
I'm so incredibly poisoned right now.
Where are you? Come here.
What?
You can get onto that vine.
I'm trying to see if
Hey,
maybe you
hey.
can jump from here to there, but
Hey,
what? What? Hi.
medicinal carrots. Please just eat it.
You. I would love. Yay. I'm now only half poisoned.
Be gone, poison.
I have another one in there if you want it.
I'll save it for now just to see.
Do you want the thick mints?
What this. Maybe.
I'll put it in my
How do you get
backpack.
that?
I'll get that.
I don't
You-
think we can.
What? How did I?
The only way is maybe climbing it around somehow.
That is so much damage.
Yeah, so maybe it's not worth it. You gotta just maybe move on. Oh, there's another health thingy down there. Health mushroom.
Yippee!
I'm going for it. Ow.
Be so careful.
Okay.
You good?
I live. Yes. Is anyone else hurt?
I'm a little
I am
hurt.
good.
Okay. I'm also a smidgen hurt, so I'll save the fungus.
But I thought I saw a little bit of a comment over here. Oh, wait, why am I getting poisoned? Oh.
Do you have a tick on you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Oh.
Well.
Do you mind getting that tick off my leg real quick? It's on my right leg.
I don't see it.
I got it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
It removed a lot of my hunger. I'm so real. Like it's so like it
also, hey, it's natural food, so.
yeah, it's natural food. Exactly. Hey. Listen, organic can be gross too, you know, just saying.
Deck gets their karma, and Idealist gets hell.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's called the possum diet. Look it up.
Yeah. I think it was Ella who got really mad at me for feeding them the tick that was on the. It was
Well,
either
it's-
Ella or my friend Sim.
Hey, it's my blood. Why am I grossed out by it?
Exactly. I would eat it, but you're the one that's hurt, so I'm giving it to you. It's your blood.
This brings up a good question. Would you eat bugs?
Yes, I have.
You have? Oh, what did you eaten?
I've eaten crickets.
Okay.
Once.
Like in powder
I-
form, or what? In what form?
No, in like cricket form.
Okay.
It was like dried and like seasoned, but when I used to work for a theme park that's down by me, and we had like this food event where they'd be like food from every nation, and the last year that I worked it, they did like, oh, we're gonna have like one kind of wild item for the food thing. So when I was in the Latin America area, they were like, oh, we're gonna have like tortas with crickets on it. So that's how I had cricket.
Ooh.
Anti-rope.
Ooh, I love anti-rope.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it was fine. They were small and they tasted like
Hey,
sunflower
guys.
seeds.
All right.
Yeah.
We got a choice here. Who wants the
Penis?
achievement for eating 3 hot dogs in a row?
Oh, I don't think I have it yet.
What does that give you?
I don't know. Probably some kind of wiener costume, if I had to guess.
Yeah, eat 3 hot dogs in 5 seconds or less. I don't have that one yet.
I
If
also
someone else
don't
wants
have it.
I will happily give it up.
I'm fine with giving up to one of to either of y'all this time around. It's why I wasn't eating this hot dog because I was like, ooh, what if there's
just in
2 on the
case,
next
yeah.
one? Yeah. So
Oh,
I-
we have
we have 4.
5.
5?
Melon also has one.
That's
I didn't eat
hilarious.
mine yet.
If we had one more, 2 of us
I'm
could have gotten it.
then I'm gonna. How about this? I vote Deck. You eat all 3 of these. I'm gonna save
Okay.
mine. Melon,
Let
you
me-
save yours, and then hopefully next time we come, we have a similar situation.
I don't know what I expected. I don't know why I thought that was gonna be any different. Hold on. Wait! Stop running away from me.
Oh, sorry. I saw paper on the ground.
You're good. I just wanted to have my inventory ready to like hold all of them. Okay.
A beautiful moon-shaped fruit surrounded by fireflies. It feels so
Oh,
relaxing.
yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
it's bad.
I've seen that one. I've eaten it before. Puts you to sleep.
All right, you ready to eat them all?
I'm ready.
I don't think you need to cook them. I think you just need to eat it.
Do I? Oh, I
If-
can't just eat it. Okay, cool.
All right. I'm gonna start the campfire to cook the fruit.
Okay, I got it.
Hell yeah!
Let me see.
Oh my gosh, I haven't not seen these spikes before on this one.
Whoa!
Oh wow! It's been so long since I've done the glacial one. It feels like.
Mm-hmm.
We did it last time we played. right? And I don't think I recall them.
Oh, I can have a backpack now.
spikes being there.
Yippee!
I'm just cooking as much food as possible. Feel free to,
Yeah.
if you have any empty spaces, feel free to.
We didn't even open this yet.
We're so good at this game, we were just like, we don't need anything.
Yeah, exactly. Cube. Or cube. Put that. in
Oh, so that's
there.
gonna go perfectly. Oh, here. By the way, here's thick mints. I don't want that. Feel free to cook that, by the way.
Extra benefit.
Because the thick mints is really good cooked.
Yes. I think I'll put
Let's
that.
go ahead and.
I think I have a one more spot. Yeah.
Oh,
If
did
you
this
want to
one?
take something.
I am. Okay, every pocket is filled.
Okay.
I'm pretty full
Good.
as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And I got a
Hot
lantern,
dog.
so
Yes.
that'll help keep us warm.
Yes.
I think the toughest one, honestly, was the badge in order to not get above 20% colds on this.
Oh yeah.
that's
It was
I
it was very difficult.
I don't think it was the glacial one, but the one on the desert.
Yeah, we have to
there's
say
the same one
cool.
without getting hot.
Yeah.
I got that truly by a fluke, where I died very early on and then was dead the entire time until they res me at the end,
Mhm.
and it counted as me not taking damage. So I was like, oh, sick. I'll cheese it.
There's like 4 chests.
Oh. All right. Well, that's a. What's the opposite of a mirage?
Yeah, you can't tell when it's done.
Because
I
it's
love that. I
nothing.
just did not see the wind at all for that.
Yeah, neither did I until I went out, and it was just like, "There's a blizzard." There's not a. There's nothing.
I was just
There's a
following
blizzard!
both of your leads. I'm like, I guess I'll just be here. Okay, scatter. We each get a chest.
Chain launcher.
Fortified milk.
Oh, I got a big lollipop.
You know what?
Ah! The wind!
Oh shit.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hi, what's up?
Nothing much.
Do you have
Hey,
any
welcome in. Hello, Kiki. Thank you for the raid. Hopefully you had a wonderful stream. You were also playing Peak. How high did you
Woo!
make it to the end?
Did you peek?
Did you peak? This is our first round, so we're kind of we're checking things out, brushing off the cobwebs, you
Oh.
know, the usual.
Oh.
But welcome in, guys. Hopefully you are having a wonderful day so far. I would where is Melon?
I don't know.
Hi.
There.
We've been raided. Get up here.
Oh!
I was making my way towards more chests.
Ow! Ow! Ah! Ah! What was that for?
So
This-
I
This
just found
bugle
out,
of friendship is useless now.
Oh my god.
I found out you can pick up snow piles and make a snow pile.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. Welcome in,
Melon.
everybody. Pretty good. We're
I dropped
making some surprising progress. This is actually not a bad seed overall.
Okay, there's,
But how about you? Did y'all make it to the end? To peak? And what ascension were y'all on? Were y'all on like the normal one? Did you make it more difficult for yourselves? Right now I'm trying to do the natural stuff. Alright. Hide! Yes, thank you for the follows as I don't freeze to death! Oh! Absolutely not. Died in your area on the normal difficulty. Oh no! Tried so hard to help. Listen, like that just means you gotta play more. You gotta play on a different day. The difficulties really do, like, some days are just rough.
Oh yeah, your first time playing is always a rough time.
Exactly.
Excuse me.
I think I really
Nice.
did not make it past the beach. It's my first time.
We shall not let the mountain defeat us.
Exactly. So you get
It might
it.
have been last night that I saw McKay playing content warning, and I was just like, God, I love content warning so much.
Yeah. Which reminds me, there's a mod for this game that is content warning X. Oh, are you serious? All right, well, bye guys. Oh, I'm gonna pass out. Oh,
What? No!
oh, oh. Okay. Oh,
Are you okay? You okay?
not really. Apparently, I fell off from up there, and then more than half my health turned to. So I'm gonna need some health.
Here, let me.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm healing him
Appreciate
right
it.
now.
Thank you. Oh, that's so much better. This lantern's useless now. Eh. Hey, thank you for the med pack. Where did? Hold on. Where does lantern appear? I threw mine. Where? This?
Oh, I
what?
have one.
Oh, okay. I was like, is this cursed? Like, what's going on? I definitely also had the Bugle of Friendship. Did that disappear?
Oh.
No. How will we know we're friends?
I didn't see it.
I found it. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
I found the friendship.
Right, though.
The Bugle of Friendship. We got it. We're good. We're
I
fine.
would love to play content warning. I get so scared playing it, but I love it so much. It's so silly.
I love it. It's so funny.
Oh, so
what we played last time was one of my favorite times playing it.
It was so good.
we should definitely play it again. It's definitely a
Yeah.
fun game. But as I was saying, there's a
Wait, come here, lantern.
we're fine here. I would
Okay.
save the fuel. There's a mod for this game to have recording videos like content warning does.
Really?
Yes,
Ooh. Do you have inventory space?
I do.
I'm just holding this, so.
Okay.
All you.
With
That
all
sounds so
these
much fun.
spikes, I have no idea. Yeah, we should definitely give it a shot.
I think if we go like in to like the inner belly of the mountain, maybe that way would be best than trying to climb up the spikes.
That certainly sounds safer. Going to the belly of anything sounds like the safest way of conquering it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the belly of Mordor. Or the belly of a dragon. It's really like it's the last place they expect you to be because that's where you're
Both of those
ingested.
places are relatively warm, so yes, I would say that those are pretty good places.
You know what? You kind of got me there. You kind of very much got me there. That it would be warm. Dying would be the part that I would be, concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Whatever.
Oh, also,
The adventure.
Kiki, just know that to take care of yourself, do some post-stream care, get some water, get some food. I know I need to remind myself whenever I finish streaming as well. So if you need to raid and run, I completely understand. But if you are lurking and taking care of yourself,
absolutely okay.
wonderful having you regardless. Don't you dare! Don't you dare! Now I have to use my lantern in shame.
Does it give you cold damage every time
Yes.
you get hit?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no!
I'll stop. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. I thought it was just funny.
I
you
didn't
think.
know.
I mean, it's both.
Aw.
It is definitely both. Oh.
She's making it worse. Oh, there's berries up there. The way I feel it's going. Berries.
All right.
I don't know why I said.
Oh,
There
oh,
are berries
whoa.
over there. Oh.
Ah, there are berries. Mm. Do it like a Nigel Thornberry impression. Smashing. There's some berries over there, Marianne. So what games do y'all usually play? Because if this was your first time playing Peak, then what is it that you usually play? If you don't mind me asking. We got some berries. I mean, duh, you were just talking about that, but I'm near them now. I can't trust the words of a person who hits me with snowballs.
Hey! Hey!
Whoa.
Oh, no! No! Well, that was yours, so that I don't care about that one.
Thanks. Thanks. Whatever.
Whatever.
Whatever. I didn't even care. These guys are
Oh,
like
look, more
in the
snow
branches. Oh, oh, hide,
Healing my
hide,
Is that what you're
hide.
going towards?
Yeah, that's totally where they're moving towards. Not the snowballs that they're gonna pelt me in the face. Okay, these things are like in the branches. Okay,
Oh,
here we
they
go.
are. Ah! Ah! I'm okay.
Oh. Okay. I can use the healing thing right away.
Are you good?
Oh, I should have eaten that, I think.
You look like you guys are doing great.
I'm in a predicament. Do you need healing?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna toss it.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I make my own like little content warning stuff for streams so that people aren't caught off guard if they have any particular like phobias or sensitivities. So if there's like flashing warnings and sound warnings, etc. I like to put stuff up, make my own little warnings up there. Plus it's like a cool opportunity to just make fun stuff, you know? No! Damn me and my full inventory! But there's some other ones that are just like the fear of falling, fear of arachnophobia for the jungle map, which doesn't seem to be the case this time around. So. Alright, But what do y'all usually play? Because it's the first time for maybe the next maybe. No, the next area is Maldera, right? Yes. Probably beneath y'all if I had to guess. I think the next area is Maldera, and they haven't made the new alternative to Maldera yet. Which I'm excited to see, because Maldera, in my opinion, is the easiest. Oh. Where are y'all? Oh, I see you.
That's so funny.
Hi. Hi.
Hi.
Hi.
More food. There's more berries.
Cool. Oh, man. You must have slipped on... Oh, where did you go? I'm so sorry.
Actually know where I am.
Uppies.
I went to hit you with this. I hit you with the snowball. It's like, haha, I got you with the snowball. I turned the corner and you're gone. Like,
All I saw was me just turning ass over tea kettle and then blue, and I'm like, where? Am I in a different dimension?
That sounds like a very bad place to put a tea kettle. Just saying.
Yeah.
God, this
Okay.
place looks so scary.
This is such a cool place, though. All right, we're in the belly of the mountain, like
We are in the belly of the
suggested.
mountain. But this place is cold, not warm.
Yes.
So, more like the appendix of the mountain.
Well,
Oh, we're back
I
on
guess.
Texas, huh?
Yes.
Yep. Oh, and then we have those broken pittons.
Yeah, the
Pitons.
exactly one.
Piton.
Suitcase and vents?
Oh, yeah, those sometimes explode.
Oh, what is, There's a checkpoint flag.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Hell yeah.
Love that. Oh, there's a sleeping.
Oh, checkpoint flag! Sleepy fruit.
Yeah,
Has got it going on. So I won't wait up for so long.
Oh, yeah, the claw's cool.
I also wish it worked for more than one person.
space for the claw, and then there's a big chest over here.
Alright, so then we go. Yup! Y'all good?
The thing's exploding.
Oh, those are vents. They
Yeah.
poof. They poof you.
Fire damage.
Oh no.
Well, they'll keep you warm.
Stamina, do you need?
I have so much stamina. Please take it if you need it.
The bugle of friendship.
Oh, there you are. Hi.
Hi. Don't worry, I didn't waste the bugle of friendship. That'd be cringe.
Yeah. I'm just gonna do this.
By the way, I opened up another chest for another checkpoint flag and then also some nuts. Did you guys want me to throw down some nuts?
I'm making my way up, so I'm okay right now.
Okay.
I'll maybe.
Okay.
I might take those from you.
Oh, I don't have them picked up. They're over. You see
Oh,
where my pointer?
what's that?
It's like up there.
What is this?
Oh, that will blind you.
This flower?
Go ahead, touch it. See what happens.
I don't want to.
I mean, I could be lying. So was I?
can't
Okay.
do shit.
Hmm. Yes.
Walking.
No one listens to men anymore. Am I right? Classic.
Grabbed by my balls.
No one listens to men anymore. Can you imagine? I mean, the good thing is that we're safe from all the nonsense. Excuse me. I mean, a part of me kind of wants to climb up on these spikes because it's cool. A part of me also wants to kind of go out there. Hmm.
I just can't see past you. Oh, yep, there you're gone.
Hmm.
There we go, I can see you again.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I learned the hard way climbing up a wall one time that did that. It was not a great time.
Yeah, I can't imagine getting that like, by myself. I think I would lose my mind.
All right.
That's scary. I think, yeah, we should be going up.
And then
Yeah, or like maybe up this? No, we can't reach that. I'm crazy. Everything's blue, I can't tell.
I know, everything's kind of blending together.
I believe in y'all.
You're abandoning us again.
Huh?
You're abandoning us again!
Oh, I would never.
I know, just like my dad.
I was gonna make some kind of dad joke. I really was, but I held my tongue.
In my case, it's true, so I can say it freely.
You truly are a VTuber.
Absent father, yeah.
Yep. That seems to be a thing.
Yeah.
My dad and I have a very good relationship.
I'm so proud of you.
That's good. I'm glad.
But I guess you can't be part of the party then.
Yes.
The pity party.
Mine's not for pity. Mine's for humor.
Exactly. I don't know if this way is a good way. I kinda am like looking up there, maybe? Kinda like over there, maybe? Maybe up there? Oh no, it's over like up here. It's probably.
I have 2 checkpoint flags now.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god.
So if someone wants one for themselves.
I am good. Maybe, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Is there anything you want to switch it out for in the backpack?
Let's see, because I don't know what's in my backpack. I think it's just the checkpoint flag, apples, and granola. So
Oh, I should probably.
Residue saw, fortified milk, airline food, and rope.
I can take a rope if you want to take the checkpoint flag.
Sure.
Rope.
Okay. Let's see what we're looking at here.
And then have the other
Yes.
inventory.
Yes. More spikes.
I don't know. Oh, there's another flower right there that'll blind me. So don't go that way. Don't go that way. Don't go this way. Don't go this way.
Oh, we could go up that way.
I do have a pit. He might have. I was thinking that too.
I want to make sure they can find their way. So that way they don't think I'm abandoning them. Oh, I was saying how awesome y'all are and amazing climbers.
I know, right? Oh, got it.
Okay, y'all are going the same way I am. Okay, good.
Oh, if only we could have found this with you in time. As you made it. That's great.
Well, that's why I'm waiting. I want to make sure that y'all are following in my footsteps. We gotta emote. We gotta emote.
Oh, there's flowers.
Where are y'all finding these flowers?
I'm so scared of it now.
I went essentially over where here was. What is that sound? Is someone eating like a granola bar? Like in real life? No. I think that was my fault. Even though I didn't technically do it. I think I called. I was gonna say, I think it was because I called you out. Oh, whoop. Well, bye, world. I honestly have no idea what happened. I have no idea what happened.
Oh god.
Well, that's it. I just fell. I just fell. Well, hey.
Oh god damn it!
So now I can't abandon you now.
Good.
You're right. I don't think I can even grab your stuff. You fell onto an ice rock.
I did. But the ice rock yeah, I'm dead.
Oh.
I don't know what happened. I was standing on it and then I was laughing and then I was just falling. So
Well, that was your first mistake. You laughed at me.
yeah, I think I was cursed by some spirit pushed me over the edge.
Yeah.
And proceeded to be my last.
The bugles went crazy.
Yeah, feel free to loot my corpse. I ain't using it.
No, I can't grab the bugle. Well, I'll grab that.
Just like grab the backpack and.
It wasn't letting me grab the backpack itself.
Let me set mine down and then equip. Okay.
Yeah, I have a
the chain launcher.
Mm-hmm.
Cooked hot dog.
Mm-hmm.
Cooked.
Let's see both of y'all's.
Crazy. Maybe if you had a checkpoint flag, you wouldn't be dead.
That is true. Does a checkpoint flag... I mean, I would not have put one up. Well, I might have put one up there.
Mm-hmm. Would we check this chest that's up here above?
Yeah, that one is the one with a checkpoint flag in granola.
I see. And the nuts, yeah.
Yeah.
Garted.
So the way that where I fell
go.
down from, there were a few avenues that we could continue moving up from.
Did you get the chain
Yes.
thingy? Because I think we might be able to go up this way with the chain.
All right,
Oh, I got you.
time to sit back and watch the show. Get carried.
Holy shit.
So do you see like maybe doing a chain like here, or I don't know how far you can get it?
You can go pretty
I
far.
don't Oh yeah. If anything too, you can probably stop in the middle here if you're running too low on stamina.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was so scary. Sorry, I didn't even see. I was looking ahead.
No, that's okay.
Just be ready to grab onto the wall.
Yes.
Oh, my stammy. It's going so fast. Uh-oh. I probably should have set the pitten. Oh, I definitely need to set the pitten. Oh, no! No!
Oh.
Hi.
Oh my god.
It's scary.
We're doing it. We're making it happen.
We're moving.
I believe in you too.
Thank you. I do want, apple.
Don't let us die in the same place as Kiki and Itvas. But I know I did.
We're professionals.
Well, more professional than me, apparently.
Yeah, and then you kept abandoning us, so...
Yeah, really? You know what? No one gets left behind. That's rule number one. That's uno.
Exactly! And you
Numero
broke rule
uno.
number one! Multiple times!
He was number one.
God.
I should have
okay.
I should have recommended you eating the cooked sausage that was left in my backpack.
Oh, maybe.
That would have given you a lot of energy.
Yeah, I used it all trying to save myself from my first plummet, and that did not work.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, the sun.
Which also means the blizzard, so careful.
Do. Yeah. Oh, is there an easy way to get over the side? Because there are a couple chests.
It looks like there's something up on your top left. In your left, there's a way to go about it.
Oh, yeah, if we go this way, it leads over directly to there. There's 3 chests.
Immediately goes right.
Is this not left?
No, that's right.
Well, listen, I notoriously get my right and left mixed up
Well, you see,
so badly.
there's a fancy little bit of information where if you put your 2 hands in front of you and make L shapes.
Listen, man. Listen. I do that sometimes. I still choose wrong.
Do you not know what L's look like?
I do. I'm just dumb sometimes.
Listen, everyone has different kinds of smarts.
Usually when I'm driving with me and Neza, the way that we would tell each other to like navigate would be like tapping the window or pointing.
Yeah. Oh God.
We both know that's just better.
Oh man, my I have a good friend who is also left-right
Oh,
challenge,
okay.
and the way that she would navigate or tell me to navigate would be by pointing, and I'm like, I'm driving. I cannot see you pointing.
Is that Kai?
It is not Kai.
Are you talking about Kai?
I am not talking
Are
about
you?
Kai.
Do you have any health damage?
Teensy bit.
Okay, I have like a.
I'm gonna see.
I also have a
check
teensy
this
bit, but I
online.
might heal just for the sake of healing.
Yeah, both of you
there's
are about
no bandage
equal.
Here. I'm good.
I'll just take it just so we for sure get out of here.
Yeah. You have like a smidge more, but both of you were about
I
exactly
figured.
the same. Yeah.
Yeah. Whoa, why am I in a terrible place? Am I not
Well,
covering
you
something else?
see, you're on a mountain in a blizzard.
Thanks. I had
Yeah.
no idea.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't know how far your left-right blindness extended to just not knowing where you were. So I figured I would give you an extra hand in that. And nothing gives me more pleasure than mansplaining, you know?
Holy shit.
Yeah. you are a man, so checks out.
Yeah. What can I say? It's right on that Y chromosome. It's just right there.
How's your stamina looking?
I just ate a bunch of cookies and now I'm good.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Melon
Like,
is
take it for
set as far as energy.
I'll also have a thick mint for Stammy.
There is a chest over here. Woohoo.
I'm glad. I'm not saying I'm glad I died, but I would have taken y'all a completely different direction than this.
Yeah. Ooh, portable stove. I don't think we need it though.
No, but we can use it
yeah.
to cook the air. I have an airline food in my pocket, and then can you cook the portable?
The airline food's already cooked though.
I have 2 airline foods.
Oh. Okay. Ah. What do you need me to take?
Just gonna get out of this room for a second.
Yeah.
Cause I have 1 space in my thingy now, so I will put this in there for now.
Should I set a checkpoint flag since?
You can.
Yeah, fuck it.
Well, do you feel like you
Not a
would
terrible
want a
place.
checkpoint here?
It's already planted. ID list.
It is. I mean, I guess that was a good decision. I mean,
Hey, do you want the lantern put down here, or
Are you
Or
just
save it.
holding it, or do you have a pocket space?
I can hold it?
Let's see if we can get to that other chest and see if there's any more.
smart, 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 smart. No, if only we had the rainforest, I would have been like so
It's more
stoked to
fortified
see it.
milk.
Well,
I mean
Not the
that's
worst thing in the
so
world,
that's so good to have in your pocket for when you're falling. It will save your life.
yeah. I think I will risk putting this down.
You could also just set a checkpoint.
I could, but I won't.
I think the turning on the cook is also counts as like a heat source.
I think so too.
So if worse comes to worse, you could just put it down.
Your little ghost looks so smug.
Yeah.
Because I am.
Should we keep going?
Because you are.
To the right, or should we go up this spike? It looks like we can.
Oh, maybe we can go up that spike. You might be right. At least we're peeking. Peek. Haha.
Yeah.
I have not
Yeah.
seen this type of like version of this map where it's just spikes everywhere. It's very ominous.
I think I have once or twice before. But I'm also so used to the desert now. I like never see
Yeah.
this anymore.
I'm also
Ooh.
preferential to the desert over this one.
I like the desert a little bit more.
Yeah.
I would like to see them adjust the blizzard mechanic a little bit.
Yeah. It's definitely not ideal if you're going to be doing like the timed
Yeah.
match. Trying to get out of there in like 25 minutes or something.
Yeah.
Shell fungus.
I think y'all are pretty much there. Usually when you get to these kinds of rocks, it's like you're at the top.
Yeah.
But I believe in you. There's a chest above you, Deck.
Oh, there's.
And blizzard.
Rope.
And
a checkpoint flag.
Oh my god.
Another one.
set
Oh,
it
hey,
up here.
another chest.
I would set the checkpoint up here because this is a pretty solid spot.
Yeah.
With all
Well, I
these
feel like we're
checkpoint
not
flags.
gonna-
I feel like we're not going to
fall at this point, though.
Yeah,
I
you're
said very
kind of
confidently.
yeah.
Well, we have a bunch of jumping and climbing to do over this way.
Yeah, just a
There's
little
one.
more.
My backpack. No, my backpack. No, 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 no. What did I just say about the checkpoint? No, no, please.
Where are you?
In a crevasse.
The game was like, bet.
I was like, you said what now? Excuse me?
Taste this, you dumb fuck.
Listen. I don't think you understand. The game killed me for my hubris, so don't think that you're safe.
I just say things without thinking. So, I don't know, man. I'm pressing the wrong button. There we go.
Alright, there you are. Hi.
Hello. Where are you?
Man, with all these checkpoint flags, it's like it's
Oh, there.
impossible for anyone to die. It's kind of crazy.
Says the one who died.
What?
Who, me?
Huh? What? Listen, I don't know if you remember this, but I was originally a spirit, so yeah, I just didn't have a body in the first place. That's
Oh, we got a
that's
blizzard.
There's a crevice.
Yeah, Quabos.
Quabos.
What are friends if not to share in the crevasse?
Hell yeah!
Not what I meant to do, but there we go.
But I love it. Just backflip about it.
Listen, sometimes you need a backflip about it.
Oh, there are more chains and another shelf shroom.
Oof. Oof.
I think we go down and over, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, no, no,
Oh, well, you are alive, shockingly.
What did I just say about not falling at this height?
What the fuck? Karma immediately.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't as far as I thought. It just scared me.
If you come up over this way, you should be able to just climb up this.
Yeah. I have a heal in my backpack. If you could be so kind
Yes.
to heal me. Thank you. I appreciate you so much.
Oh, blizzard. Wait in the crevasse.
Yay.
I'm also hiding in the crevasse.
Be so safe.
It's so cold. I don't got a body to warm myself up in.
Not yet. We're getting there.
That's true. We won't even get our super item this time. I'm such a fool!
A fool. Alright, we should be clear of the blizzard, because this is all, like, one solid bit.
Let's go! We
green.
did it! All of us, together,
Yep.
collectively,
Yep.
as a
Yep.
team.
Yep.
Oh, yep, I see the
Yep.
wall of mist, and there's the campfire.
See, wouldn't it be fucked if it had one more, like, giant hole?
Right.
Oh my god!
Good luck, get over this. Oh, I'm out of stamina. That's why it's making the noise.
There it is. Honestly, as far as this level goes, not that bad. This
It
level
could've
can
been
be...
better.
It
This-
could have been better, but like compared to most runs
yeah.
in this area.
This area is usually a stopper. Is just like,
Yeah.
well, we can't move forward anymore. That's it.
It usually does make or break. Either it's really easy or really shitty.
Is there 2 sausages?
There is one.
No! There was one in my bag! We could have done another
Yeah.
3-fer!
Hey, at least there's another backpack here. Oh no, it's gonna roll.
Ah!
Where's... Oh, there it is. Okay.
You can have the marshmallow idealist because I know. Because don't you heal with like not full health? I
Hey?
don't remember.
Oh, no, I am hungry.
Yeah, so yeah, you can either take the marshmallow or weenie. I'll just eat this apple.
I'll take the marshmallow. I don't think that ruins the naturalist.
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh.
I-
I feel like marshmallow is not.
Yeah, I think that one's okay. I think it's just like packaged anything
That's
is
what I
a
think
no-go.
too.
All right. Who wants the last sausage then?
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Because I'll have the apple.
And have that. Sweet.
Caldera.
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 Well,
that.
I
Probably
don't
my
need-
favorite area.
I don't need this.
Okay. Stop.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think you need that either.
Or this.
Yep. Nope. How about this
What?
scorchberry?
What
You
do
want
you
this
mean?
scorchberry?
Oh my god, do you?
Oh, that's
God, do you
perfect
I could-
want a
place for
resting
it.
claw?
I could
feel like
feed
you're
it
good
to you.
with it.
Okay.
Do you still want the stove?
No, I didn't grab it.
I have it.
Oh, I thought you said did you still have?
That's also what I
No,
heard.
do you still want it?
No, I think we're good.
I still have another checkpoint if someone wants to take that.
I'll take it. You know, who knows what could happen? I mean,
You stuck to the fire!
No. Nothing happened.
I don't know if y'all noticed this update, but they made it so that the campfire doesn't run out now.
Yeah, I did
So
see.
you're not rushing,
Oh.
like trying to
Mhm.
get
Hell yeah.
it all in there.
I have inland food. Does anyone have a smaller food I can eat? Because I just need,
Yeah.
I don't have like huge
Here.
hunger.
Here, yeah. I'm full of apples. I have like 6 apples.
Yeah, I have an apple and a granola bar.
Do one of you guys want to take one of the airline foods?
All yours, Deck. I could take it,
This
but I'm
one?
not gonna eat it.
That's true. You could just carry it in your backpack for us to grab.
All right.
I was partially kidding, but do you want to
Oh.
take my green? Oh, you have. Do you want to take my red apple?
No, I'm good. Well, with cooked green apples, they're essentially just as good.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Alrighty, let's ride.
All right, let's take a look here.
There actually seems to be a lot of.
Oh, there's a
places
lot
to
of
jump
yeah.
between.
I'm
I think
I'm
let's
thinking
just go straight forward and kind of go from there.
I'm leaning left.
Left this way.
If you put out your hands,
No,
the
I
one
didn't have to. I knew which was left this time. I just had to think about it. Please.
It's
I know,
okay
I'm
to
trying to get
not
us to agree in a
know.
very scientific field.
So,
Please.
do you know how many people I worked with in a science lab that didn't know their left and rights? More than you would think.
Oh.
I can guarantee knowing which direction is which is not, like, required knowledge in order for you to be
Oh.
a scientist.
Well.
Most of them didn't even know how to handle, like, work a computer. So, like...
Well, okay, that's alarming.
But, well, that's because they're
What?
scientists, not computer nerds.
Yeah. But still concerning nonetheless.
Yeah. I was always the IT guy. Even they're like, hey, you built a computer? You must know everything about computers. I'm like, no. No. Not at
No,
all.
I sure don't. I mean, that's kind of how I've always been treated in my family. With everyone being like, well, you're the youngest. You obviously know computers. I'm like, not to this degree.
Right.
I can Google very, very well.
Yeah, that's exactly
Yeah.
it. It's like, I know how to research my problem. That's about it.
Exactly. I just saw a chat. Yeah, straight ahead.
Yeah.
I
I'm
don't
gonna wait a
see-
hot second. Get it? Because it's
Oh.
so...
So goddamn hot.
Hot, 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 hot. Me when I'm trying to get a voice acting job at One Piece.
Silly laugh noise.
Yep.
That's the way to go.
And then
Oh, I'm so excited. At some point today, I'm getting a card binder. For
Uh-huh.
my One Piece cards.
Ooh. You
So I got, like,
enjoy
Fancy.
collecting One Piece?
I do. Ella got me into it.
That's awesome.
Because
I also
Ella
didn't
was
know how
really
to
into
do
Pokemon cards when that was the huge thing. So
Food
I would
and
always be there to
cloth.
help open them.
Honestly, opening packs with friends is such an underrated
Oh.
experience. It is a
I
love
it's
it.
so fun to open packs
really-
with friends.
And so, like, she would buy a whole bunch, like, with the boxes of them, and I would just love to sit there and open them with her and be like, okay, here are your cards. I just
Yep.
want to open them.
Yep, exactly. Sharing in the
we- I, like,
serotonin.
started-
Just look at the pretty
Yeah.
art.
Me too! And then we started doing that with the One Piece cards, and I was like, wait, this is kind of fun. And we learned how to play, and now I'm like, I'm actually really into this card game. I love card games.
Whoa.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, so I have like a small selection of cards. So I'm like, well, if we're gonna go more often, because we're gonna go Saturday to the place where we buy the cards
Uh-huh.
with Ella, and since Meow is gonna be in town, we're taking him, and I'm very excited.
Hell yeah. Well, I'm excited
Yeah.
for y'all. Let's do this one. Just be very quick about it. Be quick about it now. The lava's rising now.
Gosh, move. We're schmoving.
Yeah, I'm not
The
seeing a
Caldera's
whole
always-
lot of eggs or any. Really
No, that's what I've been trying to
else.
keep an eye out for too.
Yup.
Yeah, the Caldera has always been my favorite location because it's arguably one of the easiest places to
Yeah.
navigate.
It is, in my
Yeah.
opinion, the easiest level. By, like, not a small margin.
No.
I kinda am thinking this way. Then down that way.
Oh god.
Please, I would love a stopping point.
Oh! Stubbed my toe.
Hi, I feel like this rock over here might be best if we can. go down a little bit?
Oh, be careful. Oh no, Melon! Melon!
You good?
No. Melon! No, Melon's down! Melon's dead! Oh no! Melon! No! Oh no. Maybe I'll put...
Ooh, I'm coming! Melon, don't give up!
Melon's dead.
No!
Melon's been dead.
Get over here!
Oh! Maybe not!
All right,
Do you have a heal?
I do.
Oh, thank God.
All right, that's a little bit maybe. I'm gonna just feed Melon full of apples. That'll
But
do
those
it.
are the poison ones!
What?
But the greens are the poison apple!
All right.
You just dropped Melon. You can't
Oh.
have both. Does she have a heal in her back?
Her bag's probably cooked.
Oh,
Or-
is it down there?
Or do you see it on her person?
It is on her person.
I'm a little
Hold on,
worried
I'm gonna see
about
if I can
letting her
down.
go. Oh, there you
let me
are.
see.
I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
Okay,
God.
you're good.
Ugh.
How's your bar?
Okay, the flame is going away. I'm about half hurt, and a teensy bit of stamina,
Okay.
and no, I'll eat the hot dog.
Hot dog.
Okay.
Okay.
Excellent.
I'm gonna try to finagle my way over to you guys.
Okay.
I'm so sorry, Melon. I sent you on the wrong direction.
No, I just completely slipped. I tried to jump and
Thank you. Just slipped.
Oh, my fortified
Yeah.
milk and my hot dogs over there.
Oh, and the claw too. That's okay. They're long gone. I think they're burnt asunder.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look burnt.
Oh, you also put the...
Yeah, I put it
Also
down
put
just
the
to make
chipper.
some room.
I put mine up there. I wonder...
Well, I was planning on going
There's a-
this way, but it looks like Melon's
Yeah.
going that way.
Well, there are chains linking over that way as well, so
Yeah,
maybe that
Okay.
could work.
Chains this way.
Okay.
Oh, the lava is rising.
Yeah, we'll wait a bit. We'll follow Melon.
Remember what we just said about this being like the easiest area?
Immediately cursed.
I mean, as far as I'm
I just-
concerned, it still is.
It still is, yes, but I gotta just stop saying things.
You are welcoming your death, or in this case,
I
welcoming
am.
our death.
Other people's? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you do
Okay.
any collect any other trading cards, or is it just One Piece currently?
I do have a small collection of Pokemon cards that I was given.
Hell yeah!
I still have my Yu-Gi-Oh cards from when I was younger,
Hell
but
yeah!
actively right now it's just One Piece. I built my first deck and everything. We're actually playing it.
How
I
does
do. Oh no, that's a lie. I collect. I have the Pokemon TCG app.
Oh yeah yeah yeah.
So I collect the Pokemon cards through that
Mm-hmm.
because then it's free and I don't have to pay for them.
Right.
There's a chain over this way.
Okay.
I think you just have to wait for lava
Yeah.
to go down.
Lava
But
hot.
sorry, you were gonna ask something.
I don't remember what it was. It was probably something along the lines of, so how do you play One Piece?
It's a little complicated, but also not at the same time once you get started in it.
Mm-hmm.
You just build a deck. Each deck has like a captain character who's just on the field the whole time, and then you build your deck around.
Over here.
Oop. Okay, perfect. Each captain character is like a certain color, or sometimes 2 colors.
Uh-huh.
So every card in your deck has to be. Oh, there's a nest over here.
Oh, where? Huh?
Over this way.
Oh,
From this rock over.
there's also a chest. It's next to it. Huh.
Yeah.
Is that... Is that worth pursuing? You'll get it.
These lava go down.
This takes us right up to the thing.
Yeah.
Oh, sick.
Let's just kind of take a peek up here. But it's a different kind of peak. It's with 2 E's instead of with an A. Ho ho ho.
Okay.
Anything? So, Melon, where are you?
I'm right here. I'm like right below you.
Oh.
Saw your shadow bouncing around.
Hi.
I didn't think I was gonna make that jump.
I'm proud that you did.
Me too.
Thank God.
Would have been really bad if I missed it.
Yeah. I would have got you. Probably.
Yeah, but all my stuff.
Yeah, your stuff would have been gone.
Yeah. Sure would have.
The lava to go down, please.
Where'd they go?
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you.
Surprise!
Surprise! Surprise hook. So shout out
Sure.
to Melon for purposely missing that jump so I could get the achievement of lifting up an unconscious person over 20
Oh,
meters.
yep, it was all on
So,
purpose.
Yeah, so shout out real
Another rescue claw.
Friends help
That's
each
so
friends get
gross.
achievements.
exactly.
Mortified
What are
fail.
friends for if not for that specific reason? All right, what do we got?
No bandages.
Well,
Cool.
they really think we're going to die.
If you use the blowgun, doesn't it completely take off, like everything?
Huh?
The
Use the blowgun on me.
Oh, yes. Enjoy your nap.
Yeah.
I think Melon has a drug problem.
no.
Did you hear the way she reacted to being hit with that blow dart? I think.
I think Melon was just excited for a nap.
You know what? That's real. I believe that.
I feel that in my soul.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel so rested after a nap.
Egg. 1 egg. And then 2 egg.
I like the way your eggs are stacked on your backpack.
Yeah.
They're like the most like not fitting in your backpack if as possible.
Nah. I probably could have left them as the in shell, but it's fine. Oh, there was no food, was there?
There's food
It was
forward.
fortified milk.
Mm,
Yeah, we will
Yeah.
get to a campfire.
yeah.
But other than
you didn't
that,
want to
no.
take anything, idealist?
I got rope and I got piton and I got a
in your, like,
updated
inventory,
rescue
inventory.
claw. Yeah.
I grabbed
do you
the
want a
used
chain
rescue
launcher?
claw just in case.
I'll
Okay,
take it.
sure.
Yeah. I also have effigy in mind. If any of us die, we can make sure that everyone gets to leave.
Yeah.
Unless it's me
Hey,
who dies.
2-hour run, guys. We're pretty. We're
That's
moving.
insane.
Yeah, we're well onto our our second run's gonna be a lot faster though, because we kind of know what we're doing.
We know how to navigate everything now.
Yeah, I know my right and left
Exactly. something about the run. Peak's run is like weirdly like
It's so
aggressive.
It is.
It's
Yeah,
like,
we're fighting for our fucking lives, ideally.
what do you mean? We're doing this to relax.
What do you mean? Oh, there's some weenies.
Okay, 2
If
weenies.
only we had Melon's weenie.
I know, my weenie dropped.
Oh,
Never
Me
gonna
when
get it.
me when my weenie drops.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'll cook the eggs.
There we go.
Thank you.
How much food do you have in there, by the way, or is it just eggs?
Oh, I have all food. My
Do you
backpack is
mind-
nothing but food.
Do you mind if I have one of your eggs?
Take.
Thank you. Because
I
that's one of the
grabbed
things
for
I can
everyone.
eat.
Yeah. Grabbed for everyone. Eh?
Muchas gracias.
Oh, that was even that. Yeah, I'll keep those on me.
Whoa, there's like the mist wall here. Are we?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we're locked in. We started the next area, so.
I feel like I should have saved my checkpoint flag for this point.
I'm not saying I disagree with you, but I think that would have been smart. That's
I'm
certainly
scared.
that's certainly somebody who knows their left and rights would do. That's all I'm gonna say.
The fuck?
Idealist.
You're lucky there are no snowballs here. I would help your ass.
If there were snowballs in here, I would be really worried. This is a lava pit.
I know, exactly.
I have questions.
Maybe this way up?
Yeah, I'm thinking this way up.
Because this way looks like it leads a little further up than... There might be a longer climb this way, but I could be misreading it.
Follow your heart. That's what I do.
I don't know. Sure is. That's
Just like Straw Hat always said, believe it.
Just like Straw Hat.
Bankai. That's what he says.
Yep, he does say Bankai, and then he Bankais all over the place.
Oh,
No! I see my radio looks right. I don't know how to go here. I lied.
there's a spot.
Don't gotta listen to no man.
Hell yeah.
It was a perfectly no speech just turned towards me.
The expression said it all.
No words needed. Nope.
Whee. God, he is scrambling.
Whoop, 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 whoop,
Yeah, he's
whoop,
trying to
whoop,
get away
whoop.
from us.
He said, hold on tight.
Yeah, I'm afraid of women.
Like most men on the internet.
I mean, just most men, period. And a lot of women.
Yeah.
More women than you think. Okie dokie. So now that we're up here, that's kind of where I'm thinking.
You are. We're not. Yeah, don't use we.
It's the royal we.
Oh, okay. The royal we.
You know, that almost makes it worse.
Sorry, where? Do you need rope, or you guys got some footholds?
I think we got some footholds.
Okay. I'm thinking, and then we go to the fingers almost touching, and then we go up that way. Hi.
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 And then sloop. There's enough room for 3 of us.
Okay. That was
Just the
Man,
3 of us.
we can make it if we try.
Just the 3 I got you.
3 was too many.
This one, yeah, I'm gonna. This might be a problem. Oh. All right.
No,
Now-
son of Melon, you are slipping. Melon, you are slipping.
There's not a very good foothold. Oh, over here. Oh, perfect. We
Yeah.
had the same thought. And then we go. Yeah.
Oh, there's no chest.
There you go.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay. Do you want to be the first to jump?
We're jumping?
Is it too far of a jump?
I think we can.
Might be too. Okay, I don't want to be up here with you guys. I don't like to see you sitting in the plane. Is there enough distance to do a jump?
I don't,
This might be time for a chain.
but I don't know where we go from there because it's all molten rock.
Well, it's molten
Okay.
rock, and then we go up. I'm thinking going up that way. Because the molten rock is it's hot foot, but it's not like you're gonna die hot foot. It's not lava hot foot. What do y'all think?
I can't see very well, so I can't really determine.
Oh, I'll chain.
Wait, what if?
What?
Yeah, I'd say if you chained over this way.
But then, and then we just go up, like up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
That's speed
Shane,
soldier.
you didn't need to do it like that.
Yeah,
Why
what
did
the
you do
fuck?
that?
All right. Well, I was like, it didn't let me go any higher, so I assumed he was gonna be taut. And then it was just like,
I know. It does do that a lot, and it really aggravates me. Okay. And there's a little stoppy point.
so now we are having a bit
And I
of
still
an
have
issue.
an anti-rope cannon. We need.
Work should be good. Let's see. Yeah, see if there's a good spot up there.
There's a single ledge, so
Hell yeah,
don't linger on it, but
you got it. I'm lingering. I'm lingering. But I mean, I was trying to get my energy back, you know.
just has a single fucking energy.
My stammy, my stammy.
Your Sammy!
You're stammy.
My stammy. He yeeted me out of there. Oh my god.
Yeah, I have a tendency to do that.
Huh.
Oh, trust.
I have an idea. It's not a good
Yeah, what's
idea,
your
but I have an idea.
Oh god, what's your idea?
All right, wish me luck.
Go limp when you
Bye.
use it. Okay.
Tell me when.
Keep going. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. Get up here. And if you feeling risky, you can jump across to get that.
Jesus.
That's kind of my thought about it too.
Okay.
It's like, actually, I think I'm okay. Actually, there's a suitcase above y'all right now. Actually, ooh,
Got it? Okay.
right there.
Oh, up there.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Hi. You reaching out looks like you're just asking for a hug.
Where's my hug?
Where's my
Where's
hug?
my hug?
Glad I'm not
God.
that guy.
Melon, remember back in the day, in early con life, where we would just free hug signs?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think about that sometimes, and I'm like, wow, I'm lucky to be alive.
Okay.
Yeah. Ooh.
Kind of want that one.
Also, we're behind you, idealist.
Yeah, I'm considering going up this way.
Okay.
Oh, there's a white fence over here.
Okie dokie.
Ooh, rope cannon, hell yeah. I'm gonna eat my egg.
All right. Yeah, I've also just ate my egg.
I have one more thing of food left. And I also have inventory space if you need me to take the rope cannon.
There we go. I got a second rescue claw, just a heads up.
Oh, sick. Oh, there's another chest this way. I'm gonna see if I can get that one. Oh, yeah, that's get it, no problem. No problem.
Someone say something about a problem?
Already on it.
Hey,
No
hey, what's up?
problem.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Oh! I almost fell, don't worry about it.
I wasn't.
What are we looking at?
Balloon in water.
Mm,
Do y'all need
I'm
as far
I'm
as
good on
water?
stamina.
What about you?
Good.
All right, I'm gonna put
I
it
have
in.
full stamina, I'm good.
All right. All right, let's see here. Not a
Granola
whole
bar.
lot of. All right. Well, wish me luck. Woo!
Easy. Easy.
All right. You want to jump, or do you want to go down and then jump up that way?
I think I'm gonna go down and then jump that way.
Yeah.
I can't, my depth perception in this game is horrible, so I don't want to, like, risk it.
All right. So left, right,
You
and
do
depth
that, maybe pass it.
perception. Writing that down. All
Okay.
Are you
right.
taking notes?
Hmm? No.
That does sound like it's taking notes.
Oh. I don't have an Excel sheet
No,
open.
no. Also, are you hungry at all, Melon? Or are you good?
I am good. I just ate my weenie.
Damn. Okay. I'm liking where this is heading. Immediately no longer like where this is heading.
I have anti-rope cannon and
I'm
rope
thinking-
cannon still.
I'm
I
thinking
have a
there.
baton.
I also have baton.
I think a baton would be good here.
I'll use mine. I'm gonna set it around here.
Okay.
Godspeed.
It should only really take up half your bar.
It's not even letting me grab it, but.
Oh, that's wild. Oh, I put a password on it. Should I not have done that?
No. Oh, it also didn't let me grab it.
That's crazy.
I guess.
That
Is
is
it no
so
girls allowed?
rude.
Yeah, that was a guys only baton actually.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Do
sorry.
you register my non-binary? It was like, no, you.
No, no, it's men only.
What am I standing on? That's ouchie fire.
You're
Oh,
too close
ouchie.
to that ouchie fire above you. It was the.
Oh.
Oh. Hold on.
Huh?
I just got a donation.
Oh.
Yippee!
Let's see here. We got Lieutenant Dan Man, $25.
Let's go!
Yay!
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your donation, I'm sure, is going from one lieutenant to another.
Yeah.
Do you want an antelope?
Oh, no, okay.
Hi, monkey. Hi, eyes. Welcome in. Oh, I missed.
Are they all right or I don't know where they're
Oh God.
coming
I'm
up.
stuck. I don't know where I'm going. I'm struggling.
Up here. Look up.
I see
Hi.
it, but I don't know how to get up there.
Here I'll show you. See me?
I can just.
See turn around.
Oh,
Hi.
hi.
First you Oop! I did. Hey, listen. It was the chair, I swear. See?
Okay.
And then you just climb up.
I'm scared.
You're fine. Are you really scared?
No, I got it.
Okay. Because I have a solution.
I also had an anti-rope or anti-gravity rope cannon.
Well, I have 2 rescue claws. I could just grab.
I see. No, let's save those just in case.
You'd be surprised how little we actually use it.
You say that now. I don't know where you guys went. Actually.
Look up.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
Yay.
Everything's a little disorienting. It's hard for me to see. What? Look up.
Well. We're gonna go a little bit to the right here.
First, you almost falls off. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, guys.
See.
See, is there anything over here? No.
Yeah, Melon's got the right idea.
I can save. I have a single use on the rescue claw.
Please don't. I'm not saying I don't trust you, but you can easily kill
He
me.
doesn't trust you.
Oh, another donation? What?
Oh! Ooh.
But I don't see a notification.
Well,
Holy
Congrats-
Phantom! Thank you for $100 donation.
let's go, Phantom!
Oh,
Let's
holy,
go!
That's awesome!
Y'all are
they?
so.
Oh my gosh! You guys are crazy! That puts us at 225.
Hell yeah!
I can't see it on my screen. Hold on.
Support the veterans!
Yeah, I'm just gonna go through the spiel again.
Yeah.
All of this money is going directly to Stack Up, which is a non-profit organization focusing on the betterment of mental health and no self-isolation, crisis aversion for our veterans who mental health is often tossed to the wayside when they get back, and this is helping just give them resources to be able to live better lives. So Stack Up sends supply crates to veterans, which is it could be like a video games, consoles, handhelds, controllers, kind of whatever it is they need so that we can, you know, redirect that stress and give them an outlet. But they work with everyone all over, not just like, you know, veterans that are home, but also overseas. And they try to do events like giving. Whoa! That launched you.
Fuck!
Mine.
Sending veterans to events like video game conventions, anime and geek nerd things to surround them with community and making them feel a little less lonely and just making sure that they get the help and support that they need. So we have $225 going
Yippee!
to helping out, doing stuff like that. So that is, that makes me so happy.
Yeah!
Yay!
Thank everyone who's you know, participated.
Yeah, you guys are doing an awesome thing.
Yep. Nope,
Mine.
nope, I'm
No,
going first.
mine. This is my cutscene.
No!
Jesus. You're so selfish.
Yeah.
I know. You sit between us, we're gonna fight each other.
Exactly. Just a brawl breaks
Make it
out in
all
the
about
helicopter.
you.
Start swinging. Yeah, but which one of us died on this run?
Hey guys, this was a beautiful run, all things considered.
Yeah.
I didn't get the badge? What? What did I eat that counted? Damn it.
Was it the
I know
marshmallow?
No, I know what it was.
What was
What?
it?
Water.
Oh no!
Oh, package.
Yeah,
Oh,
that does count.
no.
Yeah.
Because the whole idea of it is not leaving anything behind, and you left the bottle behind.
Yeah. Oh, B.
Yeah, I didn't even need the water. I just drank it. It's unfortunate, but it's fine. Anybody to continue? Meow.
Yippee!
Yay! That's for our
2.5
first
hours.
round. Yeah.
Yeah, God. What I can show you.
On my screen, Daria and I are one.
Yeah,
We are
you-
moving and one. We are moving in tandem.
Yeah, both of you
there we
are.
go.
But I
Fun.
did.
What just?
I got this from the weenies.
Beautiful.
Oh wow!
I got this one for rescuing Melon.
Yeah, I love that one.
It doesn't even fit on your gigantic noggin.
Hey, first of all, how dare you? Second of all, yeah, no, it does not. It looks like with the broken glasses that I like definitely got into some kind of workplace accident.
Yeah.
You gotta start filing workman's comp.
Also, why am I
Exactly,
stanced
exactly.
up? Why am I just
Stance.
I'm
You're
just
ready to
like
fight.
I'm ready to like
We're
wrestle.
ready.
I'm like
That's where the workers' comp came from. Is you got into a fight. It was wrestling.
Yeah.
Gotta work with your coworkers.
Yeah. No, that one doesn't work. Let's see here. We want... That's funny.
Yippee! That was cool.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
With minimum loss.
Yep.
No, this one's good. I'll rock the construction fit for this round. I like your cowboy fit.
Thank you. Me too. It is one of my favorites. Wanna be a cowboy, baby?
Wanna be a cowboy, baby?
Well, I mean, now I got a match.
Odd man out. Yeah.
Let's see here.
Yippee.
If that's the case, yippee!
I I have to run to the bathroom.
Oh, so do I. Thank God.
Let's take a quick bathroom break.
Sounds good to me.
Yes.
I'm gonna run an ad.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
I will do the same.
Yeah. The broken glasses are sticking out from underneath your plague mask.
Oh, really? They are. Hold on. Is there any one of these? I don't think any one of these would go
Cover it all the way?
Oh, that's funny. The mustache underneath.
That is funny. I do like that. Alright, we'll
All
be
right.
right back.
Yes. Well, while they're going to the bathroom, I was also going to, might as well, but then y'all would have no one to entertain you. So I'm here to talk to y'all about my favorite deep sea creature. I just start nerding out about like pistol shrimp and how submarines used to use them to avoid radar, and I also like the fact that I'm painting this like it's like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if, and then I proceed to just do the thing anyway. But yeah, no. I really do like Peak. It very much is like, it has its moments of adrenaline, but it's mostly just vibing climbing, you know? This person gets it. Hold on. There's proximity look. Where is it? Is it here? It's not when I talk. It's when I get close, closer, closer, close. What? Oh? Oh, is it when I look at the eyes? Why is it when I shuffle walk it did? Oh, 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 oh. It's like those paintings that follow you wherever you look, but it's because the eyes are like concave. You can actually achieve that same effect in with 3D model software. If you make the eyes go back, like into the skull, you'll get a similar kind of like follow you where you go movement. It's pretty interesting stuff.
I've been back for a minute. I was just watching you troubleshoot, trying to figure out the exact point.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of figured because I heard little just like you trying to withhold a laugh. there was just a couple like and I'm like, oh yeah, no, she's watching
so
me do
funny.
this. She's like, there's a different, it's like it kind of works. I have to when I reach a certain cone, it auto looks at me.
They have a conal view.
Yeah, there's like a part of my brain that is just like, okay, how do they do this? Because as far as making it feel natural that someone is looking at you, because repo also does it, where if you're talking at somebody or if you're near them, their eyes automatically lock to you, and it feels very natural response. Yes. Like you're having a conversation.
It makes for some really good bits.
Exactly. So I'm just like, okay, so where's that special line where you don't even notice it's happening? So yeah, it's the same reason why I got so into behavioral psychology when I was in college. That was like my favorite class.
How come you didn't go into like psychology in general?
Because as far as getting a dual major, I was only 2 classes away of dual majoring, but the last 2 classes were like difficult and boring. So I was like, I might as well take abnormal psychology. I like abnormal psych was really fun. Biopsychology was really cool, and then behavioral psychology was really neat. And behavioral psychology is definitely one where if you want to learn how to influence people, behavioral psychology is the way to go. Because they were like, they taught me one of the best ways to get people to think positively of you. Which I will share this little bit of nugget of knowledge now. What you do, and it doesn't feel natural as far as like that it would cause this, but I'll explain why. You have them do you a favor. That's
how you respond to the favor?
No, it's if you have someone else do you a favor, they'll start thinking positively of you.
Just like that act alone?
As long as they don't objectively hate your guts.
Yeah.
But so the reason is the underlying psychology of it is they believe that they wouldn't do a favor for someone who was bad.
Oh.
So
I mean, I guess I see that.
And the example they used, I think it was Benjamin Franklin, if I remember correctly. There was a person who hated Benjamin Franklin that during one of their interactions had like requested of him like a pin or something that he may use, did that, and then later wrote like articles of Benjamin Franklin after the fact, and they were much more positively written after that he was asked of that favor. So it was kind of one of those things where it was just like, that's weird how this guy suddenly had a much more positive like outlook of this person, specifically only being like when you gave them a pen, you would think it would be the other way around, where it's like, oh, you did me a favor, I'm gonna think better of you, but it's the opposite. And it's thought,
like an unconscious moral compass.
Yes, it is the belief that you would not help somebody who was evil or bad, so they must be a good person if you were going to do them a favor. So it's a little
interesting.
Yeah, it's really cool stuff. And I truly really did like psychology. And there was a decent chance that I was going to like go into that field. But I just didn't. I just chose the pre-med direction into biotechnology and stuff like that.
Which is still really cool.
Yeah. I like it. It reminds me that I should be applying to brewery jobs. Because it's the same shit.
Ooh. Yeah.
Growing cells that make medicine and growing cells that make really good alcohol is the same stuff. And there's a joke in the biopharmaceutical industry. Not even a joke, but just like a noticing that a significant amount of people quit their jobs to start their own brewery.
Wow.
But they start their own beer company because it's like they got all the like the stuff. They got all the. Oh, I was talking about how biopharmaceuticals.
What Idealist is gonna use his degree for?
Yeah, growing beer or making alcohol. Where I was like, I should look at alcohol or jobs making that because it's gonna be the same stuff. Did you get more Thin Mints? Not that I can tell.
No, I'm closing my Thin Mints. Put them in my box.
Oh, you had the whole box next to you. You are brave.
Yeah.
I cannot if like especially if like Oreos or something like is open near me. It's like that's gone. That's done. That's a done deal.
I've been saying that. I typically eat like a full sleeve at a time. But
Yeah.
I ate half a sleeve as we were climbing.
I'm so proud of you for only half a
Being
sleeve.
steady, being slow. And
Yeah.
I then wanted to get myself a snack, so it took me a while to like see what I wanted to eat. Because we don't really have snacks right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I did get myself a cheese stick.
Good for you. Well, I wanted to entertain everyone's chat while both of you were gone, so I'm just gonna go run and get like a caffeinated drink real quick.
Yeah, I heard you as I was leaving because I was checking my phone really fast before I got up. I was like, maybe I'll just talk about piston shrimp, and so I was like, okay, yeah, go off.
Be right back.
Are you confirming that? I should have done this when I was stepped away, but that's fine. When I went to the bathroom, I like caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror and just thin mint all over my face. I had like 5 o'clock shadow that was thin mint, and I was like, oh my god.
You went crazy with it.
Yes, I did. It's like, how did this even happen? I didn't think I was eating them that crazy. I guess I was wrong.
The thin mint, like, urge to just eat all of them took over.
Just shoveling them in my face.
Yeah.
As you should be, thin mint feasting. Yeah, that is my final form.
Yeah.
It's just aggressively. Even though they're not the same thin mints we grew up with, they are different now.
They are different, but they're still, like, addictive.
I still fuck them up.
One thing I found, I don't know if there's a Safeway near you. I think the parent company has Ralph's near you.
Yes.
What is it? Signature brand. Is that the, like, Ralph's brand?
That's the Ralph's one.
Yeah.
No, that's Vaughn's.
Vaughn's. Oh. Okay. I always thought it was Ralph's. Then Vaughn's has, like, chocolate mint cookies. They're in a square shape, but they are so comparable. Like, especially if you put them in the freezer and then eat them cold.
Ah, that's the correct way to eat. No.
Yes. They are so close in nature that, like, they definitely hit that itch.
Yeah, when I went on my trip with Granny last year, we were in the Pacific Northwest to North California, and we stopped in a Safeway once we crossed over from Oregon into California. And, like, we parked in the Safeway so we can, like, all have lunch, because we had been in the truck, the bus for hours. And I just ran into the Safeway, and I was like, why is this a Vaughn's inside? This isn't a Vaughn's.
Yeah. No, moving from SoCal to NorCal, I was just like, Vaughn's is... I know these stickers, I know this, like, everything else. This is the same store I've been to, just under a different name. No. I'm sorry, Bing Bong, it's true.
I miss my wife.
Oh, me too. She's at work right now.
Me too. I miss my Nuzza.
All right, I am back, and my drinks arrived. Because I live essentially in bumfuck nowhere currently, the caffeinated drinks that I usually get are not available in this area at all, like anywhere, like in an hour in any direction, which are like I like drinking the sparkling ice caffeine drinks.
Yes.
So good. And so, especially with starting work these night shifts, I need a good source of caffeine that isn't gonna get me type 2 diabetes. And I was really starting to feel the effects of drinking all that Dr. Pepper. So I was trying to like find it, and then I managed to find that these drinks, I can have them delivered to my house, and it's actually pretty good. So it just arrived, and that's in, so that's good, and I'm having one of them now.
Oh, hell yeah. cracking open a cold one with the boys.
Well,
Alright,
it's not
Big
a-
Bong?
Well, unfortunately, it's not very cold. It just came from outside, and where
Mhm.
where I live currently, there's a bit of a heat wave. So,
Oof.
yeah, it's been a really warm spring.
Where are you? Exact coordinates and address and
I mean, I don't mind sharing. The exact coordinates, maybe a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. No. 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 But people wouldn't dare take advantage of that against me. That would be
Drop
mean.
your IP number while you're at it.
Yeah, just go crazy with it.
I also got a little bag of chips.
Ooh, what kind of chips?
Cool Ranch Doritos. I got one of
Oh,
those.
fuck yeah.
I got one of those like 48 little bags to just throw into my
Whoa.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
meals for the overnight stuff, and I just
Oh,
got one
yeah.
of those.
That's true.
I was really craving. I'm still craving them. I was super craving hot Cheetos last night.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just like, I gotta wait till tomorrow because tomorrow's grocery day, and then I can get some. But
You know
that's
what's-
after Odie's vet visit.
You know what's really, really good that you could only get in gas stations?
Hmm.
The jalapeno cheese puffs.
Mm.
They are real good.
I'd be willing to try them. I'm not a big fan of cheese, like the puff chips.
Mm-hmm.
Something about the texture, not a big fan. Because
Oh.
even like the hot Cheeto ones, I can't do.
Okay, if it's a texture issue, I don't think this would be much different enough that it would.
But I'd still be
Do
willing to
that.
try them because I really love spicy chips.
Well, the thing is like the thing about the jalapeno cheese puffs is that they have the flavor of the whole thing, but none of the heat.
Oh. Oh. Mm.
Yeah, so they're not hot. I think the hot ones are probably the
Then
jalapeno
what's the point?
Cheetos.
What's the point?
The
Jalapeno
point-
not being hot.
That's fairly true until they get into like a mixed drink, and then I struggle.
Oh,
Have you ever
I
had
love
those?
spicy stuff and yes,
Like
I
the
love
pineapple jalapeno like
Mhm.
mixed drink stuff.
That's
Spicy
my
pineapple.
shit.
It's don't get
I
me
love it.
wrong, it's good, but it's rough going down. Heaven forbid you choke a
it.
little.
Oh god, I consistently always have drinks going down the wrong way. Like every other drink that I drink, I choke on liquid.
Naked. What
But-
is Naked Cool Ranch?
Naked Cool Ranch. Fanta was talking about that yesterday. I don't know. I assume Naked Cool Ranch. Simply Naked? Is it a healthier? Oh, Naked of dyes. So there's no artificial dyes.
What? What did I?
I could hear you
My-
chewing.
My misophonia is awful.
I'm so sorry. All right, should I go ahead and get started then?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'd be willing to try that. Because I
All
thought
right.
Naked would have been just less flavoring.
Okay.
All
Red
right.
40 makes
Okay.
me hurt.
And commit crimes, yes. Lantern. You want to carry the lantern again?
We definitely need it. Yeah.
A conch.
Bring in the cannon.
Maybe you can have better luck with Nope. 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 Nope.
Got him.
Oh my
Was
god,
there
there's
no
two
food?
cannons.
Yeah, there's a lot of cannons.
Call me a bird with these two cannons.
That's funny.
Thank you.
Oh, that's good.
You know what's funny when someone says it and there's no laughs?
Yeah, and they say that's funny. Very forced.
Funny stuff.
You
So-
slapper.
So what does so what's the difference between the naked ones and the regular ones? Is it just clothing?
No, the naked has no artificial dyes.
Oh.
Oh.
I need to try them then. Because if it tastes exactly the same, I'm all down eating something healthier for the same flavor.
I'm already so filled with microplastics. I will just eat the same as I always have. I accept my death. And no artificial flavors, supposedly.
Yeah.
Mm.
No quote-unquote artificial flavoring. It's natural flavoring.
Are we on the
From
next
parasites.
difficulty up?
Yes.
Okay. So the chest would be in different spots?
I don't think so.
I think some of them are in the same spots.
I think they're in the same spots, it's just what's in them is randomized.
You taste more of the chip itself because no dyes, but tastes pretty much the same. Okay.
Okay.
I just, my favorite part about Doritos is when you get those chips that have like the shit ton of flavoring. On them.
Yes.
Bringo Burr. Oh, I can finally take my iron. Hold on. From that redeem Ella did an age ago.
Oh my god.
You have an iron redeem?
I do! To remind me to take my iron.
Huh.
I'm really bad at remembering.
Apparently.
Someone does it every stream, and then I get every stream.
Where's the other... I thought I saw 2. Is there a second one?
It was right below you. Oh no,
Where?
I have no stamina. Wait.
Still cheesy and spicy. Ooh. Okay. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Wait, how many balloons do we
What?
need for the flight one?
3 or 4, I think.
Because I also have a
If
balloon.
you- Oh, yeah, we need like 3 or 4. Do you have the
Okay.
balloon one yet?
I do not. Do you?
Oh, then I'll give this to you. I already do.
Okay.
Can I drop it?
I don't
Will it
think
fly away?
It will fly away. So that is just... You're going to have to just put it on me when it's time to do it.
Okay.
Oop.
Melon! Oh, there you go.
Hi. I grabbed some medicinal roots.
Don't worry, I
Wait,
stopped
what?
chewing chips.
Oh, nice. I'm going
You have
to do
so
this.
many... You have so many
Hold on.
medicinal roots.
There were just 3 in one area.
I put the balloon in the backpack so you can grab it.
Perfect. In that case, I'm gonna trade the lantern for the balloon.
Got it. Does the map change at all when you go to a higher difficulty?
No.
It's just that the fog shows up, but I think when you go to the hardest difficulty... No, because then it's just like more damage. Oh, you still...
Yeah, your stamina depletes faster. Things do more damage. Hunger increases faster, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that I can see. I'm already...
Does anyone want to try getting launched?
I will. Fuck it.
There's water over here if y'all want it. Water, where there's another cannon, trail mix, some rope. Something, something, play dead, something, something. Oh, well, that's a good sign. Five Guys is so good, though.
Ew.
I did recently get some ground meat for a burger later, so I'll probably enjoy that after stream. Y'all good?
Yeah, I took a little damage.
No.
Oh, I took more
Well,
damage.
if only we had some medicinal roots to help ease the pain.
help that much.
Yeah, the Cajun fries are so good. I think these are bad mushrooms.
There's a local place near us that does Cajun fries.
Hey,
Oh,
Black Mask, welcome in.
good. Hello.
One of my favorite places to eat in Philly was called Bear Burger, and all their stuff was like local and organic, and it's just so
Nice.
good. And they had like 5 or 6 different kinds of like burgers. One of them was a buffalo.
Ooh. Whoa.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a kangaroo burger?
A what burger?
A kangaroo burger?
No. How is it?
I've never had it, but I've always wanted to try it.
From what I've been
There was a-
told, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say there was a place near somewhere I used to go all the time in high school that advertised having a kangaroo burger. Chubby shroom.
Um,
Oh,
the dogs barfing.
Not barfing. Oh.
They're borfing.
Barfing.
They're borfin or borkin?
I fuse
Oh,
the
wait,
words.
Uh-oh. Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
Yeah,
But,
if you bark too much, you're gonna choke on your spit, dude.
And then you're gonna barf.
Word.
Then you're actually gonna barf.
But
And I don't want to deal with that.
what was I gonna say? It was something about burgers. It was something
Burgers,
about. Oh right,
kangaroo
a friend.
burgers.
A friend of mine who made some really good burgers while I was working there told me that his favorite burger or meat that he's ever had was actually camel,
Oh.
which makes sense as
I
far
will
as
try
water
that.
retention goes. Like
Mhm.
Oh,
you would,
you know.
but they're really, really expensive and
Yeah.
also illegal, at least in the States.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But the second best was fox, which I found surprising.
Oh.
Oh.
I've always wanted to try gator.
Gator for me was gamey, but I was also
That's what I heard.
it was also delivered to me on a tray before we went airboating, so I don't know
Ew.
the quality of said gator meat.
I think I've heard it's gamey across the board, but it's touched into my southern roots. I'm gonna
Yeah.
try it at least one time.
Also, I do recommend airboating. It's fun.
I would love to.
I recommend.
One day.
It's very loud though, so if you don't like
Yeah.
loud noises,
Just
oh
going
boy.
with
Ooh.
earplugs and headphones. Uh-oh, I don't think I'll make it.
yeah, I had an emergency.
Get an emergency.
He had an emergency.
I did.
Where are you?
Oh boy.
Take my hand. Oh, blow us. Oh, there's more mushrooms, but I think those are bad.
I can never remember what mushrooms are good.
If they have gills, they are bad. If they have like an X on the top, I think they're also bad.
Or spots.
no,
I think
no.
it depends on the shape.
X is okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So then it's
I was
spots.
gonna say, I think that's the one thing. It's like the irony.
Let's check
of-
these.
Those have
Bad.
gills, so they're
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, those are bad. Those be bad, shrooms. They flunked out of math class.
Me too.
They were smoking in the bathrooms instead of studying.
Ooh.
Shaking my head.
They snuck out of class to go make out under the stairs. Not that I ever
Whoa.
did
No, under the bleachers.
No.
That's the thing.
In my experience, it was under the stairs.
Oh, well, you just said you didn't do You lied to us.
If I were gonna do it, it would be under the stairs.
It's okay. My school didn't really have bleachers, so we could not do that either. Or we didn't have stairs either, really. I went to like an outside school.
Gotcha. I went to many schools. I moved a lot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa! Woo!
Oh, I got you. Are you good?
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Melon, are you okay?
It's a pretty straight shot for you to just go across.
These are also
way,
bad
and then-
cluster shrooms. So,
Okay.
can't eat those. They have the little, what do you call it?
Gills.
Not even gills. It's like,
The frill.
you know the little wrappings on top of suckers? And it has that little fray on the bottom of the plastic that surrounds the sucker part?
Yeah, like a frill.
Yeah.
Where did Melon go?
I don't-
Hi.
Underneath us.
Oh, there you are. Okay. I lost
so
sight of you. Like,
fast.
where?
Ah! I don't know what happened just then. It said like it showed the hand grab thing like 20 times, and then I just fell.
Oh no.
That's because I let it go 20 times.
What is wrong with you?
So many things. So
An endless list.
there is not enough time in this 5-hour stream to go over all the things.
Oh my God!
Are you? Oh, wow, you found the hole, didn't you?
I was trying to get the mushroom.
That was crazy.
You found the single deepest hole in this whole thing.
Good God. Because I jumped up to try to grab it and then just descended into the abyss. Oh my God, that sucks.
That was a crazy deep hole for how high we are. Oh boy. Okay, we good? We good? All right. Hey you. Hey you. I see it. I see the smoke. We're almost there.
Woo.
Don't give up.
I think I will give up right now.
Right now.
Right now.
Come on. Come on. Ooh.
Whoa.
Oh.
Listen, but it wasn't nearly as dramatic, all right?
Yeah.
I still have a little bit of damage. I didn't think I'd make it by climbing.
Oh.
I am very hungry.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Got plenty of apples.
We got apples, we got cocoa nuts.
A piton.
I'll take this backpack this time.
A spool.
What'd you get?
And tie a rope.
Oh, nice. Apple. Apple. I think there's another apple there that I couldn't grab.
FYI, the green apples, once they're cooked, are no longer poisonous.
I thought they were.
No, if they're cooked, they're not. You cook the poison out of them.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
Which is why I was so willing to both A, eat it, and B, feed it to Melon when she was dying.
I see. I filled the last pocket with a apple for your backpack idealist.
Oh, thank you. This time I'm really going for
I'll take this guy.
au natural one.
Stamina.
Get that water
I
bottle
have-
away from me! Get out! Get out! Get out!
I'll take it.
I don't know why I just default into grumpy old man, but I feel like that says a lot about me. Let me...
I mean, that's same.
Alrighty. So we went essentially like...
Left.
Did we go left?
I thought we meant like kind of in the middle towards that far right. Because we
We went-
reach the edge of the world.
Waterfall.
Yeah, we hit the
Yeah.
waterfall, and then there was a lot of trees.
I think what happened was we started up that way and then we ended up towards the left because I climbed a bunch of trees to go up.
Okay. Well, let's just head left and see where how it goes.
Okay.
What's the worst that could happen?
Don't say it. Don't say it. Stop. No. So much.
It's like, you fool.
There's some trail, Nick.
I don't want it.
Do you need it?
I'm waiting on the vine.
I have just a tiny thing of hunger.
I also just have a tiny thing of hunger, so I'm good to wait.
Don't have space for it.
I also don't, but I...
Rain, can you stop? Rain, please. Rain. Hey, Rain. Thanks. Much appreciated.
Oh, go around.
Okay.
Oh, I never remember which of these berries
They have now crossed over into echo range. Now, if I were to eat a chip, it would echo in Melon's ear. Tempting. But I'll be kind and generous. Well, maybe I won't need to, depending on that scream. Are y'all okay?
Yeah. Are you okay? Are you able to climb up here? Yeah, I'm coming around. Okay. Oh yeah, there's a lower ledge back here.
Hi, I'm behind you.
Oh, okay. Super fast.
Oh, we can pop from tree to tree to tree.
I know I should probably wait, but what if I don't want to?
I know.
What's a surprise?
You abandoned us.
Look, I found a flare.
Ignored.
Have to risk it all.
Yeah.
See, they say abandon. I just think they're slow. Not mentally, of course. They're both very intelligent.
One of the doggies tooted and it's so stinky. Oh,
No!
the other thing I did in my break was I checked on OD if he had been sleeping.
He has to go to the vet for a booster shot tomorrow.
Welcome to my vine forest. Which path do you choose? Choose wisely, for it might be your last. Hmm? Hmm? Yes. Rain, can you relax a second? Or?
This lady lasted a very long time. There we go. There you go. Complaining is key.
What? Are you mocking me?
Ugh.
Oh, it's one of those berries I never see. I don't think there's some leaves, but actually maybe there is.
Oh, the fog rises.
The fog rises.
Oh, there he is.
Hi. See, maybe I just have trust issues since the last time we were here and I was sticking with y'all. I got fired off the face of the cliff.
That wasn't my fault. I blew
Hi.
myself off the cliff.
You fool. I am my own worst enemy. I am not yours.
Exactly.
I'm thinking
Just
here to
surprise
here.
me.
Go up that
Yeah,
way.
I think that's the smartest. Just be careful of the
Be
poofs.
so careful.
No, we're definitely going up one at a time. Just in case. I'm just waiting for the rain to, like, relax. Any time. There it is. There's
Oh.
so many up here. There's so
Yeah.
many. Ooh.
Oh god. Beep. Okay.
There's a lot of bananas too.
Be careful.
So if you want to go on that vine and grab a few, it's a pretty good spot.
Oh, right there.
Yeah.
Are the pink ones good to eat?
Let's see. Pretty good.
Give away-
Oh, nope.
Oh.
No.
Nope.
No.
Yeah. Okay, it wasn't
No?
it wasn't that poisonous.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
It was just a little
Did you think-
poison. What is a little poison
Oh.
between friends? Am I
Chain
right?
launcher.
Yay!
I can take it. There's this vine that goes partway up. Might be able to avoid the poofs.
Yeah.
All right. Well, one way to find out. Oh, you're good.
Let's go.
I don't know why I found that funny, but I just found it funny just imagining you climbing up this vine and it explodes. Even though-
I honestly was scared that was gonna happen. Go over this way. There's a little ledge. Yeah, right there.
Hi. I believe in you.
How come we're not going
What that one does.
up here? Oh, I see why.
Well, there's a vine that'll take you over. Oh, there's a thing there.
Yeah,
Hey,
there's
hey,
another
hey,
one over here.
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
I
hey,
found
hey,
another
hey.
balloon idealist.
Ooh,
Oh, please don't die.
you good?
Okay.
You opened the chest and it was an explosive, it wasn't it?
Oh. There you go.
Okay, so we now have 3. Do we think that's enough, or should we wait till 4?
I think it's 3.
You
but
think it's
I can check really fast if you want.
sure? While we're waiting for Melon,
Yeah.
because Melon's so slow.
I just got a baton and a rescue claw.
AKA, she can kill me at any moment.
Oh,
God.
actually,
What?
you need 6 balloons.
Damn, that's so many balloons.
Because you can either get them individually or like a cluster.
Oh. So I have 3. So if we can get a cluster, then we're good.
That would be clutch. Clutch.
I was also thinking of how to make that into a pun. Watch out for all the little pops there. I think it's tree time.
Yeah, I think it's tree time. Tree time, tree time.
Oh, really?
Always.
Don't tell me this is the one where I couldn't get it all the way. No, okay, it does reach. Anytime now, Rain.
Hi.
Anytime. Rain. The fog is rising, Rain.
Oh, that was side. Okay. I don't think I'm in a good spot here, unfortunately.
Whoop. Yeah, the tree to the vine to this location's pretty good. Oh! I know where we are. This is the bees on the trees. I recognize this because I was like, hey.
Uh-oh. Oh my god.
You good?
Yes, I didn't think I was gonna make it.
Melon?
Melon? Melon?
Melon? Melon, you okay?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try going through here. 'Cause I don't think I can make it back.
Oh.
Are you damaged?
I have like a little ouchie, but there's like an area I can just around.
Okay. Do you need me to rescue claw you? She's so far.
Yeah, I only heard echoing, really.
Oh. I'm gonna drop down here real quick. Oh, you son of a-
Okay. Do you take damage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead. I don't need this flare.
That might have been a terrible idea. I might be dead. No. I win.
Waiting for Melon.
In fact, I see the train on those trees.
Okay. Keep talking. Can you like point to? Oh, 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 oh!
Oh. Contact.
I see you. I just need to get a good angle. Please don't break my ankles again. Well, I saw you for a moment. There you are. Alright, if you can go up a little bit higher, I can grab you. Alright,
Whee!
there you go.
You could take damage. That's important. I might have to use kitten.
I don't think we're at the difficulty where we need flares, but I know at one point, one of the difficulties, you need to bring your own flares. There's not one at the
Yeah,
end.
the hardest one, you need to bring your own flare.
Oh god. That's fucked.
Hi, Ritual! Thank you for lurking. We celebrate lurkers.
Neza!
Ritual Goth is Neza.
Yeah.
Here's my Neza.
Well, that was everything. that was, well,
And now it's raining.
Oh god, the rain.
I'm cheating.
I love the rain to stop. Oh, there's Owen. Hello.
Hi.
I'm so hungry.
See if I have anything, but I don't know that I do.
I don't think so. No.
Did you already finish off your marshmallow?
I did.
I also just ate mine. So I can't help
Get
you.
up on top of here because my hunger.
I see a couple of things I can open. I'm gonna see if I can get some food for you.
I'm gonna see if I just have to.
Ooh, 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 I almost just float off the cliff.
This way to the tree that you were on.
But almost is the key word in that sentence. Ha ha ha!
I did.
Well, that's not really what I need, but something.
Last game, I was able to climb through a bush that had spawned on top. Yeah, this bush has like a little round on the bottom, so I just climbed on the bush to get up top.
That's
Here.
funny.
That'll help you offset your hunger.
Thank you.
And then I saw a orange chest somewhere.
Is it the same one we had an issue with before on a vine?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, he is the
Yes.
Vine Whisperer. Maybe he'll be able to get it.
Well, it is in my name. So the I'm gonna break my legs. Yep. All right.
Oh.
The good news is it only broke my legs a little bit.
I'm gonna check out this chest.
A little bit. What is it? You good?
Yes. I was literally just thinking like, okay, this time I'm not gonna set off every fucking poison thing.
Mm-hmm. And how did that go?
I only set off an explodey puff and one poison thing.
I got a portable stove.
Hell yeah.
Sick.
So if we find a mandrake,
That would be. Oh, I don't think we will because we're gonna have the same biome.
yeah.
Do mandrakes spawn on the stuff? I thought they were just in the other.
It's just in the rainforest one.
Yeah.
So, unfortunate, but
We are in the rainforest.
Yeah, this is the rainforest.
no, well I meant like the
woods?
The woods, yeah.
Oh, are you hurt? Idealist?
My ankle is twinged, but it's not like crazy.
There's a healing mushroom. Oh, there's medicinal. Guys here too.
Sweet.
I was gonna say there's a healing mushroom.
Yeah, let's I'm definitely not in need of healing mushroom, but the medicinal carrots will be very helpful.
Well, I'm already throwing it, so.
Oh, okay, well. Right, well, we're topped off. It's just that easy.
Yeah, and then I'll carry these two.
Oh, you said you're really hungry, right?
Yes,
There's stuff in my backpack. There's a fruit, I think.
Apple. Thank you. I'll take it.
By
It
all
knocked my
means.
hunger down by half.
Hell yeah. What can I say? I have fruit.
What can I say? Fruit for the fruit. Thank you.
These are edible. Let's go. Wait, I have an edible mushroom for you. Ugh. There you go.
Thank you. Oh, thank God. Now I have just a teeny bit of hunger.
Yeah. Melon sitting there with like almost starving. Yeah. I'm so happy for y'all. That's crazy.
Now I've got like a tiny ouchie and a little bit of hunger.
Now someone just needs to get another tick, and then we'll feed that to whoever's hungry.
And everything will be fine.
I immediately checked my
Yeah.
legs.
Isn't
Watch.
this the exact spot that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. But that means we're on the right track.
Yes, exactly.
I just saw the smoke cloud. We are so close.
Yeah,
see
we're good. We're fine.
Cruising.
But not for a bruising.
I was about to
Not
say
for
the
a
same fucking thing. Slowly. I can't believe I have 3 balloons and I'm just like gotta hold on to them in case we get 3 more balloons.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna start replacing them potentially soon. 'Cause
Yeah,
if
I
it's-
think the only reason I got the balloon one is because I got lucky with like 2 clusters.
Cure all. Yoink.
Oh, hell yeah. There's a paper right here.
Car.
PPR.
Here you go.
Scan your shrooms. X. Okay. Spots.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Hey.
Back.
All right. I do not have lantern.
I do.
Okay.
And I'm gonna put the stove in there. I also have a checkpoint. I'll put this in my pocket.
I'm sorry, your backpack just looks like a grocery store. It's
It
just
is.
full of carrots and apples and tomatoes.
That is, yep, that is my grocery bag.
Mine is like full of balloons. I have so many balloons.
You're going to a party.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
What? What happened? You let go of a balloon?
no, worse.
Oh, the anti-rope?
Yeah.
Yeah, it flies away! It's anti-gravity!
Yeah, it floats. It's anti-gravity. Didn't you know that?
Oh no, Melon! Oh, that's okay. It happens. Don't worry about it.
Oh my god.
You're fine.
Oh. Just
It's
holding
fine.
holding back the tears. Well.
It's fine.
But we do know now
Oh,
towards the left
gosh.
is like 5 chests. which are
Yeah.
still there.
Yep. I see them.
I got like the faintest glimpse of the rope as it went away.
Yeah, same. It was really fucking funny. I was like, what is that? That's a weird looking balloon.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't
I
think
was
Melon
just
had any
in
balloons.
shock. I couldn't say anything.
Blizzard.
Blizzard.
I was confused for a second because it looked like you had the like an axolotl frills around your head.
Oh my
And I
carrots.
It was your carrot leaves, and I was like, how did you get that?
Oh,
Hey,
you know,
Ludo.
I'm just built like that.
Hi, Ludo.
Welcome, welcome. Trail mix,
I'll
rope.
get that. I'll get that.
Got bandages and a cannon.
Oh, definitely
Don't
take
put a
those.
cannon.
I also have first aid on me.
Definitely take the bandage just in case.
Yeah.
I know it. Oh, blizzard, blizzard.
Oh, there's a heat pack in that suitcase and a stone.
Oh no.
Whew. That was brutal. Oh.
Oh, there's like 3 more chests on yonder.
Slowly warming up. How are you doing, Ludo? It's been a hot minute, hasn't it? Ooh, and oh. Oh. Water, trail mix, heat pack, fortified sports drink. I'm grabbing the heat pack.
I'm good on stamina if you want the water bottle, Melon.
I have a pretty high stamina bar.
I have almost full.
Sure.
Oh, you activated one of your balloons.
Yeah, to make room. I
Asshole.
at this point I'm like, I need this heat
See,
pack
now-
more than this balloon.
The one you're gonna have, the next chest you're gonna go to is gonna have a cluster.
Thick mints and granola bar.
I'm diving.
What? I took damage. I have a balloon.
Well, yeah, because the one balloon isn't gonna stop your fall damage. You need multiple.
Oh, I haven't. With one, I've been able to prevent most injuries.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess that also might have been baby mode.
It could have.
How dare you yawn? Aren't you having a good time?
I'm having a great time. I haven't had caffeine every day like I did while I was working.
Yeah.
So I'm sleepy
No, you're
all
good.
the time.
Yeah, no, I get
More
it.
so than before.
Yeah.
I would have coffee every morning before work. Are you joshing me?
What?
I like stubbed my toe.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
That's normal mode for you, and it gets worse the
Yeah.
more you go up. Berries!
Stubbed my toe on like -feet of distance. Oh,
Blizzard.
blizzard.
Weirdly enough, I'm fine here.
Yeah, I think I'm okay right here.
Yeah.
I'm too short to grab that fruit. That's fine.
All right, it's gonna start dropping because I'm full up.
Oh. Okay, Melon got one.
Oh, there goes
Oh,
my.
your balloon popped.
Yep.
I don't have any space.
There's another one.
I got this last one.
All right, I would like at least one of those, please.
Yeah, I'm holding this one for you.
Oh, really? You use my energy? Okay, thank you.
Do you want it fed?
Yes, please. Muchas gracias.
Yeah.
Do you need more?
Do you have space to put it away?
No.
Then go ahead. You can feed me. It's okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ah! Ha ha! Ha ha ha!
I'm sorry, Melon.
Oh,
Got caught in the crossfire.
that's really funny that you got hit by that.
I didn't want to end like this. I'm so sorry.
Not like this.
Not like this.
Hey, how you doing? Oh, you're lucky I can't throw.
Oh god, how do I get over there?
I don't know.
Oh no, blizzard! Ah!
It would be a shame if you froze in the blizzard.
Idealist, what the hell?
No, it would be though. Are you alright?
Jack?
Dak? Okay, you're good. I think if you were really freezing, there would be a lot more screaming and then a sudden lack of screaming.
Yeah.
I could have just fallen and died. You don't know.
Even, well, that rule would still apply. There would be still a lot of screaming and then a sudden lack of screaming.
Oh, another blizzard.
Get in a crevasse!
Right here should be fine.
So did any of you bring like Uno or...
Parcheesi.
Skippo.
Skippo?
I don't know what that is.
It's like a off-brand Uno sort of thing. It's
Ah.
not like pretty popular, but I played a lot of Skippo
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
as a child.
I was a tot.
For me, it was Texas Hold'em.
I was taught how to play poker in Texas Hold'em recently.
Oh, really?
Whoa.
Yep. If you ask me how to play it right now, could not tell you. But I was taught it. I was there for it. I remember playing it.
Hell yeah. Did you enjoy playing it?
Yeah. I kind of got the gist of it after a couple games.
Okay.
And it was fun. It was just also very overwhelming to be like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Right. It is a lot to be thrown into. No, I think my dad just got enjoyment of just kicking our
Welcome
butts over
back,
and over again.
Ella.
Welcome back!
Oh yeah, because it was Ella and then our friend who was teaching us at the same time because they both know how to play, and it was just so overwhelming while our friend was trying to explain to me that I just like slowly looked at Ella with the most pathetic eyes, like, help me. Help. Please.
Alright,
More food?
we found the belly.
We're in the belly.
belly of the beast.
Ella, I explained pathetic.
I explained it better than him. Yeah, absolutely.
Sure. Yep. I believe it.
Yeah, he was doing great. It was just he really likes poker, so he was like full hyperfixation explaining it, and I was like, I don't understand a single word you're telling me.
Right. It was not beginner friendly explanation. It is a poker fanatic explanation.
Yes.
Yeah.
I respect it though. It was still very fun. And I would love to try again playing it.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going that way.
Yeah, I'm going up here.
I'm good right now. But I have space for them.
Okay.
I'd love a spot to stand on, please.
There was a little spot that you can stand on, and then you can make your way
God.
over here.
Yeah, I tap danced a lot.
Yep. There you go.
There we go. Thank you.
No problem. We definitely want a chain launcher.
Yeah.
A rope cannon. That would be pretty poggers, as the kids say. No one says poggers nowadays. That's like no one
I'll
says
take the water.
that. Do you have room for a rope cannon?
I do.
Okay. I don't know why I'm keeping on my
Actually.
balloons like it matters. All right, Melon, where are you?
I'm down here.
First day of vacation. Woo! Cause Meowie Wowie's coming to town. Woo!
You say down here, but I do not. Oh, I see you. Hi.
Bandages.
Bandages. I should probably have that be used on me. Because I have a little bit. But a part of me is like, I should probably twist my ankle a few more times before I use it.
It's down here and it's by the sleepy fruit.
Huh?
It fell down here and it's by the sleepy fruit. I might fall asleep if I try and get it.
Then don't worry about it.
Oh, I can't find it right now.
We miss you too, Ella.
I miss Ella every day that I don't see him.
I know. And Ella and I still need to finish Resident Evil 5.
You do! So then me and Ella can play Resident Evil 6.
Mm-hmm. And that means I get Ella for Resident Evil 7.
Okay.
Oh my god.
7 scares me. You're fine. I can't do it. I'll watch from a safe distance. Behind a blanket at my computer.
Do you need to be told where we went up?
Yes.
Yeah, go up that way. Where you going? Let me get over here. After May, you'll be a little more free. Okay. Yeah, keep me in the loop. No rush. I'm dealing with my own shenaniganery currently, so
Yeah.
no rush.
Because we have FanFest at the end of the month, and then it's Fanime for Ella in May.
Oh, oh,
Oh,
oh,
no.
oh, oh. We got you. All right. Yeah, right?
Yippee!
Hell yeah. But that's awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing you more often, Ella.
And miss
I miss you, bitch. I don't know what to do
Maybe I'm
without
gonna
you,
stop missing you.
bitch.
Bitch. Said with all the love in my heart.
Yeah, bitch. Affectionate.
Affectionate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's affectionate, respect, all the respect in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh. No.
I don't think I've ever used bitch in a derogatory sense.
I have. I have very often for some people.
I've met some nasty people that
Yeah.
I just gotta.
I have too, but I've used more colorful words.
Same. Nuzza can attest to this. I sometimes
Uh-huh.
am a very angry. Ella can also attest to this. I'm sometimes a very angry driver.
Ooh, yeah.
So if someone, especially with people who are just stupid when they're on the road,
Yeah,
it
bad
makes
drivers.
me the most angry.
Yep.
Sometimes, it's only sometimes. Sometimes I'm talking with people and I'm not as angry. Sometimes I get angry for my friends who are driving me.
Hmm.
But I have to call out people for being stupid.
I mean, yeah, people are just bad drivers.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get you.
It's even worse now with people with their self-driving cars. They just don't think they have to drive at all.
Yeah, I don't get too many of those around here.
I'm jealous.
Yeah,
I
it doesn't
don't
make
see
them
a
any better,
way.
trust me.
Oh, here we go. There's a small opening here, it looks like.
Like, you don't need to have self-driving car people to have bad drivers.
Yeah.
They've
It
always
is
been around,
just
but
a...
my God.
Your dad and you bonded over Tesla drivers? Thank God. Some good out of your father.
Yeah, it's not until I drive into, like, the bigger city that I start running into Tesla drivers.
Mm-hmm. It's a problem down here.
Instead, it's
a
more...
problem here. I live
Yeah.
in NorCal, so like when we don't go to the city like San Francisco often, but when we do, oh my God, it's awful.
Mm-hmm.
Just way too close to Silicon Valley for my comfort.
Hi.
Oh, yeah. It's the same, like, in SoCal.
Yeah.
And God forbid I ever have to go to LA, which I'm gonna be pretty close for FanFest. I'm gonna lose my mind.
Where I'm at, instead, it's, oh boy,
Ooh.
need to
Oh, no.
get behind something.
Uh-oh.
Cravats over here!
Okay.
It's, truck drivers with insanely bright high beams.
Oh God.
Only 1080p? Oh, man. If I could put it into 40K, I would.
40K, not even 4K. 40K!
40K! Exactly. I have 5 different PCs running at full blast. 2 of them bit mining.
No. Dude.
How you doing, Rico?
Oh. Owie.
Did you hurt your ankle?
I did. I stubbed my toe again.
Oh. It'll be okay. It'll probably not get infected.
I'm running out of toes to stub.
Well, that's why we have 10.
10 chances. Ah! 10
Yeah,
chances to stub my toe.
Yep.
Oh, you're going
That
way.
sounds like a children's book, doesn't it?
10 chances to stub your toe?
Yeah, when it's like a story about a boy who just keeps stubbing their toes and they have 1 for each toe.
Oh. Yeah, that's my life story. Constantly stubbing my toes.
Uh-oh.
God.
Oh God.
Maybe
oh
up here?
God. Oh God. Oh God.
Alright, I'm heat
Nope.
packing.
Right here is not good. This is not a good spot. I might pass out.
I have to use my heat pack.
Oh, I'm gonna pass out. I'm gonna pass out. I'm gonna pass out.
Okay, I'm gonna try to keep your
Bye.
body up. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. You good?
Grab your stuff.
Yeah, grab your stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
Was that only 2 things? I guess so.
I heat packed
good.
that one.
Fucking Christ.
Oh boy. Ooh.
Huh?
I definitely had to heat pack that.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Oh, here's another one.
Not again. Not again. Not again. Not again. Please. No. 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 Please. 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 Get away. Oh no. Ah.
Oh, oh.
Oh, it is fighting for its life. It is fighting for its life so hard. Oh, I passed out again. Oh no. Oh, I'm free. Oh god. Jesus. That sucks. This place sucks. Please don't fall.
I'm okay.
Can you
Okay.
move up at all or
You go
no?
first. I might need help.
Okay. All right, come on. I believe in y'all.
I'm right
You can
behind
get up
you.
here. Come on. Hurry,
no,
it's coming
please.
again.
Yeah, but
Okay, come on. Run inside. Run inside.
Running. Oh god. Okay, right here's fine.
How?
What's your question, Ella?
Yeah, what's your question?
Yeah,
Is it
what's up?
you have to pick biome for you to survive in? Oh.
The beach.
Honestly, it's kind of the correct
'Cause
answer. It's the
easiest
beach.
one and easiest one.
My favorite.
and-
And we're Californian.
It is also my most California answer I could say.
Portable stove.
Okay. Anything
think-
other than the beach? Probably the caldera because we were talking about it earlier about how that is my favorite area.
Well, here's the thing: is it's surviving, so it definitely wouldn't be this. The desert one, I would just probably die from heat stroke. The
Desert, I think I got a chance at least.
I think in the desert I have a chance better than here, the blizzard.
my favorite biome is definitely like the mushroom biome, but I would definitely die because
Oh,
there's
yeah,
spi-
the woods?
there are spiders that just
Yeah.
kill you and
There's
zombies
spiders,
that
there's
bite you.
zombies.
So
Yeah.
like I would just be dead.
I thought about that for 2 seconds, but I was like, no, not with the zombies. Absolutely not.
Honestly, it's the forest area, the one with like the bees
first
in the vines and
Got it.
stuff. I think that's my answer because there's a lot of fruits on a lot of vines. There's
That's
honey
true.
and bees. There's edible mushrooms.
You also
and
get water with like
lots
the
of water.
waterfalls.
Lots of water. Yeah. Spiky vines. I'll just climb the non-spiky ones.
Yeah, we've gotten really lucky these past 2 runs with no spiky vines. I think I'd still say probably the desert or the caldera.
Yeah, desert.
Cal-
I think-
How are you gonna survive the caldera though?
You just hop around between the things, and there's
No.
food.
But like, what
As
about
Dari?
Yeah.
what food are you gonna be
Dory!
living off of that you wouldn't just consume within the first couple days?
I bet.
Eggs don't
yeah,
grow
you know,
on
I would
trees.
I would just let myself die at that point.
Hey, Miss E! We got, look at our donations. We raised $225 out of 100.
Yeah, people have been very generous.
People have been
Yes.
just awesome.
Me, Dari, I enjoy rock climbing, so I think that's why I could do the caldera.
Like, I would
The
definitely.
desert, because guys, I'm literally a fennec fox.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that too.
yeah.
Yeah, little known fact with me. I love like rock climbing walls. They're my
Uh-huh.
favorite thing to do. I haven't
See-
done them in forever.
See,
No
I'm
one
a
wants to do them with me.
I'm a swimmer, not a
Yeah.
climber.
Oh yeah.
I'm a
Oh,
runner. I'm a runner, I'm a track star.
Cold.
Nowhere is safe. Uh-oh.
Um,
Stay together. Stay together. Huddle. Huddle.
Oh, open my
Hold on.
backpack, open my backpack.
Okay.
There's a lantern. I'm gonna faint.
Oh no. Okay.
Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh.
he got it.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, oh, no! No! Oh,
no,
oh,
I'm
oh,
okay, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay.
oh, oh, oh.
Does anyone
Your
have
life.
food? I am.
I
half
do.
my health
I
is
do.
hunger.
Take it from my backpack.
Go, Melon. Take it from. Tell me when. Tell me when
Turn the
you're.
lantern off. Save the juice.
Well, I need you to tell
I'm
me when
good.
you're.
I'm good.
Okay.
You got okay.
Is the carrot gonna be
It gives you like a smidge of hunger, I think.
okay?
It does.
Okay.
We don't need too much more.
Ella, we should absolutely go to like a rock climbing place. Whenever you would like. I would love that.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
You got this, Melon. You're fine. I don't think.
There's a chest over there. I don't know if I can get it. Probably not.
It's not worth it.
Nah. It's okay that you're afraid of heights. It's fine. There's
It's
other people I can go with.
fine.
It's fine.
I
can
guess.
do it. You can just wave from the ground up at me.
Just full of anxiety.
I'm not gonna make it.
You can
no,
go
no,
around.
no.
Stamina.
Yeah, you can go
Oh,
around.
Fuck.
How
I need that medicinal root now.
Oh,
hurt
no.
are you?
I have a small bit of health, like about a third hunger, and a little bit of weight.
Okay. Come here.
I have a pitten if you need it.
All right. No, we're good.
I do have a pitten,
Okay.
It's pronounced piton.
but Ding-dong.
Piton. You gotta get some oomph to it. It's that's what gives it its strength. The people who put the pitons earlier that break, they didn't say it like that. They didn't put
No.
enough oomph behind it,
Yeah.
and it betrayed them. As it should.
Once we do all go skydiving, oh my god. I'd lose my mind. I think I'd be too scared to do actual skydiving. But the skydiving, like, the fake skydiving, I'd be down for that, I think.
The like the air tunnel one things. It's pretty fun. I recommend it.
Yeah, I would do an air tunnel. I will never go skydiving.
Indoor skydiving.
Did I ever tell y'all that I wanted to go wingsuiting?
That'd be cool.
Oh my
Going the wrong way.
god.
You need like 3,000 hours of skydiving before you could wingsuit though.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like indoor skydiving. It's like you're floating in a big wind tunnel and you kind of like control your direction by like hovering.
Yeah, I'd be more willing to do that, I think, than actual skydiving.
Pandora's
I'd be too scared.
lunchbox.
Why are there only 2 weenies? What the fuck?
My God.
Oh, and a lollipop. Okay, well. Shucks, man.
I guess and like no other food either. All right,
Awful.
how's your food right now, Deck?
Like a quarter.
Yeah, mine's about the same. Both of you do it. I'm gonna gamble.
Okay. Godspeed, soldier.
Okay. Let's cook my medicinal root though. All right.
The fuck
Wish me luck.
Yeah, why did we get like a
I'll take it.
freezer
I'll take it.
Okay.
I got spores.
Oh,
That-
great.
That will clear your stuff though.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Be gone, lantern. I don't
Did
need
this-
you anymore.
Does the cursed lunchbox count as preserved food?
Oh, I don't think so.
I have a rescue claw if someone
Uh-huh.
wants to have that available.
How about this? I'll trade your rescue claw for a first aid kit.
Okay. Okay, there is a
I
bandage
think-
and a first aid kit in my backpack and a
I
checkpoint.
think we just
I also have a
need this
cure-all,
guy.
by the way.
Oh, sick.
Again, just putting that out there. Oh yeah, no, it's very tiring to do the wind tunnel. Because you're essentially tensing up your whole body to like control yourself so you don't just like flip constantly. But it was fun. It was a good time. It was kind of one of those things where I was actually told by people on there being like, hey, you should consider doing this more often. Because you apparently I did it very well.
Aw.
And I'm just like,
Very
tell
cool.
you just say that to all the guys that come in here. Aw. And they're like, no.
Aw.
No, not really.
Do
He was just
you
looking
wanna
for a
head
temp.
more towards the right? Oh,
You want to
no,
try
it's
the
not
right
like
this
that.
time?
Maybe.
My vote's still left, but if you want to explore the right, I'm down with exploring the right with you.
I kind of want to explore the right because we didn't go that way at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I know the
Welcome
rocks are
back,
for the
Idvis.
fire, but
If I'm pronouncing that correctly. Or do you go by first?
First is boss.
But welcome back. This is our second round. We made it to the top.
We're gamers.
Yeah. By Voss? Hell yeah. I could definitely remember that.
oh, that is a much bigger gap than I thought it was.
Well, but if you're going to run, we need to run now.
Oh, okay. Whee! Owie.
I'm a cheater pumpkin eater, so I just did this. I gotta use my tools at my disposal. Because what's gonna end up happening is that there's gonna be 3 rescue claws at the end of this.
Yeah, probably.
Melon, are you okay?
I just needed to reset stamina.
Yeah, that's what I was doing too.
We are winning. Thank you for asking. And by winning, as in surrounded by lava, inches from death,
All of us dressed as cowboys.
dressed as
Yeah.
cowboys. So really, we couldn't be more winning if we tried.
Yeah. Ooh, owie. Oh, I took big damage from that.
Heat or damage?
Like damage.
Oh.
All right. Let me know if you need the lunchbox, but we also have a med kit.
Yeah, we have a med kit and bandages if you need.
I might take a bandage. I don't want to use the medkit unless someone's like full
Big
bar of
ouchie.
damage. Yeah. Oh, that was perfect.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeehaw, partner, indeed. Watch out, though. The lava's coming.
Okay, run. Ooh. I
Get
gotta
up
burn,
here.
Woo!
Ooh.
Hot foot.
I like how there's that one glacial mountain
Yep.
over here.
Yep.
Just going to use
I would never. My
Second
last
row.
my last haw will be on my gravestone.
There's no way to go over here. Oh my god, this was a shit stove.
Well, I mean,
I have a chain launcher.
let's go full
Only
right
if
and
you
then
want.
around.
Yeah, I think going this way
Okay.
might take a little bit more time, but it's better than using that quite so soon.
Does the fog rise in this area?
I assume it does. I
What
don't
is
know.
what does the fog rising look like in a
I've
relatively?
I
Never-
know in the kiln, like it rises up the
Oh yeah,
hole.
the kiln definitely, and the fog is lava.
yeah. Oh, Melon.
Aha.
It's a little spicy down there, huh?
Yeah.
I've never gotten this far on this difficulty.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna go even further beyond.
Okay.
That's what they say in One
Whatever you
Piece,
say.
right? Go
Sure.
further beyond, plus ultra.
yeah,
ultra.
that's the thing.
I love
That's
mixing
insane.
up animes, dude. It's so funny.
Don't. Oh no, Ella.
You weren't here. You weren't here when I was like, what did I say? It was like, just like Straw Hat
Straw
used to
Hat.
say, believe it.
Believe it. And then I was like, no, he said Bankai.
Oh gosh. But it's nice to know that you were super into One Piece. That's really awesome. You good?
Yeah. I kind of misjudged my jump. I wasn't sure where it was going. I almost jumped right into lava.
I would just get high up at this point.
Just get high. Oh my god.
Oh god.
On stream?
On stream.
No, on stream you're just, you know, you're just being silly.
I'm just being silly. I'll get
Give
bit
bits
and
if you
push him into
push him.
lava. I can't.
Well, I want you to know as soon as you could, I'm taking you with me.
Oh god. Oh no.
That's the rescue.
Scary.
You need to move, Melon. You need to start moving. That's about to become on fire. You need to just go.
Oh no! Melon!
Okay, she's fine.
Oh my god.
Money to be raised. Yes, we are. I appreciate the request, but we are in fact doing a charity stream. I'm gonna need some extra hands here. Ugh. Or not. Wow, you just left me to die.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
What do
What does it feel like with the shoe on the other foot now?
I said I'm gonna need an extra hand here, and you disappear.
I was already like on the top.
I saw you, and you kept walking.
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to Melon.
How would Melon help me?
I don't know. I thought you jumped over there.
I did just find a rescue claw.
Oh, there you are. See? Hi.
Hi,
Hi.
it's me.
Hi.
Nah, we'll hold off on that. We're not that hungry. Ooh, I'm burning.
I'm burning up.
Bop, bop.
I'm on fire.
100 bits.
On April Fool's, by the way, they replaced the help button with the push button.
With a yeah.
Yeah,
I saw
I
that.
did see that.
So,
Oh shit.
yeah, I would, definitely hold off. So the closest thing
it's
you
good
could,
to see up here.
oh boy, I would jump a little bit, just a little bit of jumping.
We're good. We eat these.
Yep. But the closest thing you can get to actually taking people off is the rescue claw, and then you quickly turn.
Oh.
You can totally do that.
Fucked up.
Yeah, but it's really funny.
I missed.
You're okay, you're okay.
Thank you for the hydration. I'm definitely gonna need it.
Oh, big complaints. Oh my gosh, Odie.
Oh, for custom games it still does? Oh, yeah, I
Oh,
forgot that
hell
you can do
yeah.
that.
I
Yeah.
did too. I was
Thank you for the
yeah,
hydration.
default- Oh, I hydrate. Thank you so much.
Hey, yo!
Canadian Kenchi. Welcome in. I will hydrate right now.
Get up here.
I'm trying.
Okay.
Listen, y'all at least
Um,
ate before you came out here, alright? That's all I
A
gotta
little
say.
bit. Yeah.
I'm
Oh, yeah.
gambling.
You sure are. Keep your
Uh,
critters. I'll be okay. Keep your critters, my love.
yeah.
Whee!
Ooh. Turns
Get
into
over here.
pretty much. There you go. This is gonna be risky.
That's me whenever I see a cat.
That's me
Get
with
over
any
here.
kind of animal that is
Yeah.
pettable.
Yeah.
I very much fall into that category of most likely to die by giving the wrong animal affection.
Mm-hmm. Feel that.
And then I'm like, what do you mean the bear is gonna kill me? It just needed attention. It's like, no,
It's
it
a
needed...
hard life when one of your favorite animals is a polar bear.
Oh no! Someone
I'd say you could pet a pufferfish.
Yeah.
I think you could. If it wasn't like in its like inflated form.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen people do that.
They're also super cute. Well, they're cute even when they're inflated form. But they're cute
Yeah.
when they're like deflated.
Yeah.
I love them.
Yeah.
They're cute little guys.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice.
I bet. Yippee!
Whee!
Yahoo!
There's a little chain here if you need.
I never need it.
Okay, well that's a lie, but
I dare you to prove it. Oh, I forgot to do ad
egg.
breaks, which is probably why you're stuck in ad jail, Skelly.
There's eggs over there.
There
Adios.
is eggs over here. Yoop.
whoa.
Do you want me to go with you? Because I have empty pockets.
Yes.
Okay.
Me looking at all my full pockets full of
Yep.
balloons.
As you
Still.
left me, I saw your full backpack.
Honestly, I was gonna kick those balloons out probably for food.
Mhm.
But I kind of want to open up the crates up here first to see if maybe
Maybe.
the luck of the gods may happen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, got your eggs.
Thank you.
In case you guys need recipe sauce.
Okay.
Fortified milk and trail mix.
Oh, I'm gonna eat the fuck out of this trail mix right now.
Yeah. Fun with that.
Oh. Do you want one of your eggs?
If you toss it down there, I could pick it up and it will be cooked.
Where is down there?
We're pretty much where I'm standing, if not just a little bit lower.
I will try my best. You get it?
Yeah, I see it. And okay.
Oh, thank God. My heart like stopped.
Ugh. It was one of the things I was waiting for it to cook, but I was burning. So I'm like, cook,
Yeah.
please. I'm gonna have
I'll
to wait.
save this other one for you also.
Oh, thank
I'll
you.
just give it to you when we're over there.
Sounds good to me. Appreciate it.
Most likely there will be another trail mix and I'll eat that.
Yeah. I swear if that lunchbox counted, I'm gonna be upset.
I will also be upset.
Because
That's
that's the second time I'm 99% sticking with it, and then it's just one thing that I ate happened to break it.
But is it food?
I don't think it's food.
It's technically...
It might not count.
It technically removes all debuffs you have, and then gives you a random set of random debuffs.
Yeah, but you still have it, don't you? Or is it a one-time use?
No, I still have it.
So then, I don't think it would count towards the
I mean, thick mints are
Awesome,
multiple
pocket.
use, but they're food.
help,
Oh,
help,
sorry.
help.
I'm being left. Help! Okay.
My bad.
My life flashing before my eyes. Yay!
Stick together.
Friendship. I'll get the statue.
See, rescue claw. Knew it.
Yep, I have a rescue claw. You.
Oh,
Scout
great.
cannon.
We have a fairy lantern, so we can heal ourselves.
Hey, that's pretty good.
I'll put that
We
in
also
the
have
bottle.
bandages and trail
Certificate.
mix. There's your trail
Oh,
mix.
thank Another balloon?
One more balloon.
What's your hunger at, Melon?
Half my bar.
Alright, I'm just gonna
Thank
use
you.
these balloons to get some...
Oh, your egg. Take this egg.
Thank you.
Do I drop? There you go.
That works.
So I can take the bandages.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't even see that thing about the milk not curdling. That's so true.
Well, do you want a rescue claw?
Let's see here. What do I have? I have 2 pittons and rope.
Oh, he took it. He's fucking
Okay.
ready.
He's got it. Yeah,
You can
'cause
still
I've
have the
rope
one
cannon.
that I'm replacing the one I used with. So that still has 2 left on it, but I took
I'll
the
take
one
that.
that had 3.
Please don't use this balloon.
What I'm gonna do, since I have cure all and all that stuff, I don't really need this. So I'll have this in here to lighten the load of the backpack. Because that's what it does. It lightens your load.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wee!
So hungry.
Wee! Well, it's not very wee, but it works.
Whee!
My whimsy. The balloon in Fortnite is more effective than this.
That is so whimsy. No one in Fortnite.
And then people shoot it, and then I'm just like,
My whimsy!
no! And then I kill
Next
them.
to-
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then they die.
That's what
People die
happened.
when they are dead.
People do tend to die when they die.
This is news to me.
I would have never imagined this, actually.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but it's true. Do either of you still have a hot dog?
No.
Nope.
I have absolutely no food.
I have absolutely
Well, there
no
goes my
idea.
balloons. That was
Oh,
good while it
goodbye.
lasted. This is what I'll do. Let's do... Poison.
Yep.
Cool! Alright.
Oh.
That last one was not great. Gonna be real. Alright.
At least poison wears off, slowly but surely.
Yep.
Okay, what can I trade out?
There we go.
I'm gonna
Alright.
take out one of my pittons. I think. I'll put bandages in there. Oh god, I want to save the hot dog, but god, I need food.
I mean, I have...
Someone now?
if you want to eat the egg, you can have the egg.
I'll wait. I
Okay.
have like a quarter of my stamina bar is gone because of the weight and my hunger. So
Yeah.
I'll wait till the hunger's a little bit more.
Do you want to fit a balloon in there to help
My
with the
stomach?
weight?
Oh, only if you don't want it.
I don't mind.
It's keen.
Well, that also works.
Whimsy.
If you just put it in your backpack, it makes it lighter.
Yeah, but my backpack's so full.
Gotcha.
I don't want to get rid of anything.
Gotcha. Whee! Hot foot. Hot, hot, hot. Hot, 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 hot. I think I made the same.
Oh my god.
Ooh!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You good?
Yes.
Oh,
I
that
forgot to jump.
that was scary from this angle.
It's scary from my angle.
Yeah, I bet. But we'll be fine. Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Welcome. You also get spring allergies, it seems.
I do.
Funny enough, when I was going for a walk, I looked over at my neighbor's yard, and their entire sidewalk and yard in the road next to their house was carpeted by pollen. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, that explains my current predicament.
Yeah, I would just die on the spot, I think.
Yeah.
It doesn't help. I am also allergic to cats, and I get very sneezy with weather changes or temperature changes.
Yeah.
So just sensitive, and please, thank you so much.
I don't know why I just would not pick you up.
I don't know either.
Because I can confirm that I did not let go. Alrighty, and then we wanted to move up here. Is you. You might get a little bit of a hot fingers.
Okay.
Just letting you know, it's gonna be okay.
Oh, I'm stuck.
There you go.
I'm here for Melon.
Yep. The ledges are getting a bit small, so we're gonna only need like a maximum of like 2.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah.
Lava rises.
Lava rises! Oh no!
We'll be fine.
I'm scared.
The music gets tense, but it's fine.
Melon? Oh, you're behind me.
As long as we're not really like wasteful.
Lollygagging.
Yeah.
No,
Even though that's like our
lollygagging.
favorite thing to do.
It's a lollygag, yes. We didn't jump across this last time, right?
No.
Did we? No.
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 We chained over there
Oh,
last time.
We chain launch.
That's right. But
I have a chain launch.
okay, hell yeah. I'm allergic to return to lurking because, well, yeah, I understand. It is lava. That is not your thing.
Do they have a fear of lava?
They do.
Oh, honestly,
Yeah.
very solid thing to be very afraid of. And a new
Yep.
and a new ECRB to make. That's fun. A little trigger warning for lava.
Yep. Lava warning.
Yep.
I'll keep just looking up and not down.
And especially with like the early 2000s like volcano movies, it makes sense
Yeah.
that
Oh,
it
yeah.
would like hit a person the wrong time in their life. That it was just like, cool, that's a thing now. Just like what was the giant spider one was for?
That is why LML.
Oh well. Whoop.
You okay?
Yes.
How much damage did you take?
None. I was able to grab.
Oh,
I just
thank
sent
God.
a pitten.
Hell yeah.
BT dubs.
That is why. See,
Okay.
that's the thing. I think people really underestimate how much like those kind of movies is just like, cool, I have a fear now. You good?
No. Okay. It just wouldn't grab it again for some reason.
Oh my god.
Stop being so fickle and just grab the baton.
I'm trying.
Who is most hungry? There's airline food. I'm good. And he can't eat it.
Oh. Thank you.
So it's yours. How much
Yeah.
hunger do you have?
I'm
I'm just gonna set a checkpoint.
Okay.
'Cause
Sounds great.
Why not?
Yeah, fuck it.
sure. Just
What
just
do I
know
have? Ooh.
that it's you may just spawn in lava.
In lava, but you know, who knows?
It's worth it, just in case.
How did we
What
go
was
up
the-
further from this?
Can I eat this?
Yeah, please. I think we went up and around.
I remember going up here.
Yeah, I think we went up this way.
And right, I put oh no, it was up this way, and then I had like a rope. Do either of you have
Oh,
ropes?
I have a
I have a
rope
rope. Oh.
launcher.
Yeah. We got the goods.
Where was it? Up here?
Yeah, I like put it up here. So put it like right, yeah.
Oh. It's a little high, but we should still be able to reach it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
perfect. Ladies and non-binaries first.
Thank you. Oh, there's a chest on the other side.
There you go.
Smooth as butter. I think we just gave up on that chest.
Yeah, we did.
Is it too
We
far?
looked at it and was just like, actually, never mind.
Yeah, fuck it. We're already this far.
Ooh.
Did not go that way. Did we go up this way?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
I'm gonna need some help.
Yeah, gotcha.
Thank you.
Woo!
I'm gonna hold off on that. And then I remember
I also
going
have a-
up that way.
Up, up, up. Oh, goodbye.
I wanted to open up this chest. Wherever it is, there it is.
I have a
You son of a...
So I can start going up this way, maybe?
I have trail mix if y'all need trail mix.
I would love some, thank you.
Oh, you know what? Actually,
Don't you do... What? 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 What?
move. This isn't for you. It's for me.
Okay.
And then for Melon.
Oh, you got it? Because I can get it. Got it? Okay.
I
Hmm.
flipped around turnways 20 times.
Oh my god. Where was the trail mix? Oh, it's down. Okay, I got it.
Where do we go from here? You liked the
Wait, there's
costume
something in
change?
There's no trail mix, you lied to me.
In my backpack.
Oh.
Oh, oh grab.
Here you go. I'm honestly just...
Can't see
Do it.
shit.
There we go.
I don't know which way to go.
I also don't know which way to go.
I'm going up. And
Okay.
I'm gonna place a pit in
Go ahead.
here.
I'll hold off until you have a better...
Oh, yeah. And then immediately towards
The left.
Okay. Wait till they start moving. Okay. There we go. It's amazing when you
gotcha.
don't eat anything but the natural stuff of like how little energy you have.
Yeah.
Salmon, fortified milk, and trail mix. If you need
All
more
these-
food, I'll step aside.
I'll take rope.
Do you need more food?
No, I'm good right now.
Okay, I would take it then. I have like a smidgen of hunger, but anything to help.
Ooh.
I'll take that in case I fall. Let me...
Yeah, we have a lot
More
of different
fortified milk?
costumes, boss. I like making them for different games.
Okay, I'm
This
gonna
game-
hop up.
This game knows what I'm trying to achieve. The amount of trail mix that they've given us
Yes.
is crazy.
Oh, okay. So I have rope and bandages. And also the fairy lantern. That's all I have left.
I think, did we go across there?
I think so.
I thought
That
I was
looks-
looking up this way.
Or maybe that, yeah, we can do that.
Which way? I don't
that-
remember.
I don't remember either. Oh god.
All right, let's just go this way.
dilly-dallying.
Let's go this way.
We're lollygagging.
I mean, look down. It's so far.
I'm not going to.
Okay. Just know that the lava is a very... the sound effect of being in here with that was very funny.
For 2 seconds, thought it was Melon screaming. And then turned into a bark. I was like, okay, good, they're fine.
I remember this one. Because I remember going up here and then... Oh! Ooh!
Yeah.
Ooh.
I have a kitten.
Okay.
I also have a pitten.
If we need.
Was this the area where you put down a pitten and then none of us can grab it?
Yes.
Okay, we'll try that again. You can go second, Melon.
You.
This is the most, like, formalized peak run I think I've ever done.
Well,
Like,
that's...
we're gamers.
Yeah, it's like... I don't think you understand that we're professionals.
We are professionals.
And by that, I mean you're paying us. And you'll be... I'll send you
You'll be receiving
my
invoice.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why we need to get you alive, because then we won't get paid otherwise.
Oh my god.
I'll just jump off right now.
Out of spite.
Yeah.
I do think I still need that badge to be left behind
Well,
by your friends.
I'm still gonna rescue claw you, so...
Thanks.
If you don't
Well, I mean
think...
the fact like you, when you die and then everyone else leaves without you. I think I still need that one.
Got you. Well, you're not getting it today, so get that out of your
This
head.
is the one that I was having trouble with before.
Where I couldn't jump onto it.
I believe in y'all.
I don't believe in me.
How the fuck did you do that?
Can I
Okay.
toss you my rope?
Oh, thanks for the follow, boss.
Oh, thank you as well.
Alright. Oh, no! No! Oh! So... I might have... Hey, you ready for your turn, Melon?
Is there any way to rescue them, or are they gone? I can't see you.
They're...
Oh.
Well... That's a little bit of an oopsie daisy. Your turn. You ready?
Okay.
See, that was what was supposed to happen before. Hi.
Fucking yeeted me into oblivion!
Okay, first of all, I'm sorry. Second of all, that wasn't my intention. Instead of backing up, I was too close to the edge when I brought you over, so you kind of like
Yeah.
toppled over this edge.
I am aware of what happened.
I'm
I was
sorry.
there for it.
Well,
I
you
did.
you wanted to
I
be left
was-
behind, so I mean.
I didn't say that. I said I still needed it. That doesn't mean I wanted to.
Oh, if you just, were a little more clear, then maybe I wouldn't have been, miscommunication there.
I did get an achievement because I was able to drink my fortified milk as I flew through
Oh.
the sky. It
Thank
was
you.
like take 1,000 damage as with
That's
the
really-
fortified milk.
Oh, then yeah, we're gonna get you 2 achievements this time around.
Yeah, apparently.
See, easy peasy. I do feel really bad because I was very confident. I was very confident you had been fine, and then you just like somersaulted after, like tumbled out, and then you were just gone. And I was like, well, just turned to Melon, and I'm like, your turn.
We don't have an effigy this time, do we?
Nope,
No, I was just thinking
Damn.
that was last round.
that was last round.
Damn. Will this count for me completing this level?
I believe.
Then? Or
Yeah, I
no?
believe so. I believe so. Yeah. At least I'm pretty sure.
We'll see. It'll just be my legacy that I never complete this difficulty.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, this is the Sailor Moon outfit that I did for charity.
Oh, I love the Sailor Moon one. Hates me. I can't believe this.
I don't hate you. Hate is a strong word.
I'm feeling strong words right now. The audacity.
Well,
Yeet me into oblivion.
well, it was more like a tumble.
I was yote into oblivion.
So I eat the egg that you graciously got for me.
Yeah!
We made it! All of us, together! We did it!
Gotta report someone.
Oh my god.
Thinking back to Ella being like 100 bits to push him off.
I should have listened. I should have thrown more snowballs.
I won't even grab the rope out of solidarity. Alright, we got naturalist badge. Okay. It did not count.
Yippee! You got it. Well, bye guys.
Look, sadly, where Deck should be sitting next to me.
Right. That's it.
That's crazy.
That's the only one.
Oh, I didn't get the left behind one. Okay. Maybe I do already have it.
That's also sad. Oh yeah, I was already left behind once before. It's like, oh, oh, I'm so sorry.
It's fine. I will see what the new thing I got is, though.
Do you have a new sash?
Oh, I have 3 eyes. Hold on, let me take off my hat.
The three eyes is one of my favorites. I really do like that.
Oh,
one.
I do have the new sash. Okay, so it did count.
It did count. Okay, cool.
Thank
Good.
God. Yippee! With half an hour to spare.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, 3 of the sparkly eyes.
Your mouth moving with the bargain is
It's one
always
of my
funny.
favorite things.
It is.
I was
It is.
fully taking a sip of my drink and almost spat everywhere. Oh my God, that murdered me. That was so funny. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was purposeful sabotage.
I am the three-eyed gnome. Have you come for my quest?
One day we'll get. I'm just missing 3 eyes. Like,
I'm-
and the one of them being the 3 eyes.
I'm missing 1 eye now.
I
I don't know which it is.
Let's see. Oh, I'm also missing one eye. The bottom left one on the farthest
I'm
side.
missing that one.
Yeah, I'm missing the very, very, very last one. That's what I'm missing.
Yep.
I do like the 3 eyes. That's very
Yeah.
silly.
I like
What
it.
did I have to give up for it? I think I gave up my freckles. That's fine. I'd rather have 3 eyes. That's silly.
I don't. Oh, it was the tired eyes.
Yeah,
That's-
that you
yeah.
choose.
I like it. I like the bags under the eyes. These ones are also funny, but
Oh my god.
I'm missing 1 eye. I'm missing 3 mouths. 2 clothes. I know one of the clothes I need. Oh God. I come out of it. You're just. Who is this sailor? One of them is like resurrecting someone with the Book of the Dead. I do not have that one. I don't have the skelly body.
I'm missing only one mouth. I'm missing the very last mouth.
Yeah, that one. This is the one I meant. Because you used it on me. I remember that.
I got that one.
Yeah. Honestly, being a skeleton was really overpowered.
Until you took any damage.
Yeah, exactly. I got blown up by I got too close. No. What happened? Was it TNT? I thought it was remembered it was like something that I didn't think was a problem, and then I exploded.
I bounced off a mushroom, and when I landed, I exploded when I was a skeleton.
Oh gosh, that one time with being thrown by the beetle onto just being launched across the map.
Funny.
I hate those throwing beetles that piss me off.
There's one clip that I still need to make in which the beetle threw me onto the bouncing mushroom and it launched me the entirety of the map. Like it just.
I have a clip of it.
Oh, exactly. Watch that clip.
Well, thanks for peeking, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Like we did 2 rounds.
Yeah.
You forget how long each round is.
Yeah, I thought, honestly, 1 round would be the full 5 hours.
That's crazy.
I thought it was going to be harder. I thought it was going to also include the woods, and usually the woods takes me forever.
Yeah, the woods can take a bit. We definitely... I was going to say we got a lot of the slower ones, because the ice slows you down a lot, the water slows you down a lot.
Yeah.
So, yeah. No, we found our way through relatively easily. It's not like we hit a snag where we didn't know how to like go past something. We were able to get through the first every one of them relatively easily. I say fully dying in one of them. And then the other one fully killing someone else in the other. Now, I don't want to say I'm the weakest link here, but that's 2 kills on my record. One of them me, one of them my teammates.
Glad to give content. Glad to sacrifice my life for the content.
And know, the learning experience of that situation is you need to learn how to grab things that are like really like tall, and you grab the ceiling and climb up there, because if you climbed up there I wouldn't have had to feel like I needed to grab you.
Hey, idealist. Hey, idealist.
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself.
Well, I'm just gonna use this time one last time to talk about Stack Up. Stack Up. This is my last stream for this drive, but I would absolutely love to do another charity drive in the future for Stack Up. Because they're a super cool organization, a non-profit that focuses on the betterment of our veterans. Our veterans suffer from mental health, PTSD, isolation stuff, and considering what they've been through, they should have endless access to that kind of stuff. So Stack Up steps up where it's needed and gives opportunities for veterans, both retired and active duty, to give them outlets and resources to get their stress, hardships out by playing video games. They also find them communities to reduce the risk of any isolation that might happen because of just the nature of being a veteran. And we want to show them our support. So we managed to raise $225, which is way
Let's
back when I thought it was gonna
go.
be. That's awesome. Love just everything that has gone on. Even though I had like a big hiccup technology-wise yesterday, and I was not able to stream, we still managed to raise so much, which is, I'm so jazzed.
Woo!
Potentially might do this again in the future. Support your veterans. Everyone deserves a chance for good quality mental health and community and things that make you happy, things that make you feel things. That was sick, Dari.
Thank you. Yeah.
But yeah, I think this puts our little charity drive to an end, unless everyone else makes some last minute donations. Wink, wink.
Oh, well.
Anyone want a last minute donation?
But yay!
Yay!
Thank you guys for playing, for hanging out.
Thank you for having us.
Really
Yeah.
tired.
Yeah, we've been at it for almost 5 hours now. That's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good to take a break.
Yeah.
I definitely will be taking a break from streaming after this because I'm going to visit family and then going to family.
Yeah.
So I will be gone for over a week. But after that, normal schedule streaming to return.
Hell yeah.
Yippee!
Yeah.
Cinema.
GG's all around. Cinema.
Yeah.
Cinema.
Oh. Oh. That looked like it hurt.
Your whole body just broke. Oh my god. Well,
You
I'm gonna go
know-
feed a sleepy boy. Oh,
Yes,
hide into the sun, boy.
I'm going to put you guys back on Discord.
Yeah.
Rah, 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 rah.
Oh, of course, they're also signing off.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm gonna hop off.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead and turn us back on Discord.
Ta-da! Excelente. Thank
All
you
right.
guys.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank
Well, y'all-
you, and have a good rest of your days, everyone.
Yeah. Y'all have a good
Thank you.
night.
Good
All
night,
All right. See
everyone.
ya.
See you guys next time.
Bye bye.
Bye.
And I wanted to say a moment for y'all. Sorry, Rod, that you came in at the last little bit there. But thank you for stopping by. It was wonderful seeing you as well. Still plan on Saturday stream. Hopefully, I think they have me on a Friday shift, so it may or may not happen. I'm gonna be so real with y'all. But I'm gonna be talking with my supervisor as far as trying to get my schedule to where I intend for it to be. They were apparently on vacation the last 2 weeks, so that's why it's been so crazy. And with that, I wanted to again thank y'all for being here. I know it was last minute, and hopefully I'll see y'all on Saturday. If not Saturday, I can almost guarantee Sunday will still happen, because there shouldn't be anything happening that would stop Sunday stream. So with that being said, I hope y'all, thanks for the new people who stopped by. Wonderful meeting you. Have a good day, have a good evening, and I will see y'all next time. All right, take care. This is normally where the bumps would happen, but the bumps are broken. Bye bye. Yep, still broken. All right, see you, everybody.